Empty to Elevate: The Ultimate Guide to Fasting for Body, Mind, and Spirit by Cody Haggar. Introduction: Fasting Through the Ages. Fasting, the voluntary abstention from food, has been practiced for millennia, intertwining itself with humanity's quest for spiritual enlightenment, physical health, and mental clarity. From ancient civilizations to modern wellness movements, fasting remains one of the most enduring and universally recognized practices. Though its forms and intentions vary, from religious devotion to dietary strategy, its core remains the same: a deliberate pause from consumption, offering space for transformation. In nearly every corner of the globe, fasting has been deeply embedded in the fabric of religious and cultural traditions. The Bible recounts the fasts of Moses, Jesus, and Elijah, who sought divine guidance and spiritual purification through abstinence. Islam honors Ramadan, a month of fasting from dawn until sunset, where discipline and community strengthen bonds of faith. Fasting is not unique to the Abrahamic religions. In Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, fasting serves as a tool for spiritual liberation, self-control, and penance. For indigenous tribes across the world, fasting often accompanies vision quests or rites of passage, linking the practice to personal growth and connection with nature or the divine. But fasting's role extends beyond the spiritual. Over the centuries, ancient healers and philosophers alike recognized its physical benefits. The Greek physician Hippocrates, often regarded as the father of medicine, believed that fasting allowed the body to heal itself, while thinkers like Pythagoras fasted to sharpen mental clarity and focus. In many ways, fasting was seen as a natural reset, a method of restoration for both body and mind. Today, fasting has experienced a resurgence in popularity, not only as a religious or cultural tradition, but also as a modern health trend. Intermittent fasting, extended fasts, and fasting mimicking diets have all gained attention for their potential to promote weight loss, enhance longevity, and improve metabolic health. Scientific research now investigates what ancient civilizations seem to instinctively understand: that fasting triggers processes of autophagy, cellular repair, and detoxification, potentially slowing aging and reducing the risk of chronic disease. Yet, despite its promises, fasting is not without its risks. For some, it can be physically or emotionally taxing, and certain medical conditions make fasting dangerous. The balance between reaping fasting's benefits and understanding its limitations is crucial in navigating this age-old practice. As we journey through the vast landscape of fasting practices, this book will explore its history, cultural significance, health implications, and the many forms it takes today. From the sacred fasts of religious prophets to modern-day biohackers experimenting with their bodies, fasting continues to shape human experience in profound ways. Whether you seek spiritual awakening, improved health, or mental clarity, this book will guide you through the complexities of fasting, helping you understand not only how and why it has endured, but also how it may benefit you today. Chapter 1: Fasting in the Bible and Abrahamic Religions. Fasting holds a place of profound significance in the Bible and the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Throughout Scripture, fasting appears as an act of repentance, devotion, and spiritual discipline. From the prophets to the followers of faith, fasting was seen as a way to connect more deeply with God, to purify the soul, and to demonstrate humility. While the specific practices vary across these religions, the underlying principles of self-denial and spiritual focus are shared. In the Bible, fasting is frequently mentioned in times of crisis or spiritual preparation. One of the earliest and most notable examples is the fast of Moses, who abstained from food and water for 40 days and 40 nights as he communed with God on Mount Sinai to receive the Ten Commandments. This prolonged fast marked a period of intense spiritual revelation, signifying the weight of the moment and Moses' total dependence on divine guidance. Similarly, the prophet Elijah also fasted for 40 days and nights, seeking God's strength as he fled from persecution and prepared for a divine encounter at Mount Horeb. One of the most well-known biblical fasts is that of Jesus Christ, who fasted for 40 days in the wilderness before beginning his public ministry. During this time, he was tempted by Satan but resisted, using the fast as a period of spiritual fortification and preparation for the trials to come. This fast became symbolic within Christianity, as it is reflected in the tradition of Lent, a 40-day period of fasting and repentance leading up to Easter. In this period, Christians are called to reflect on Jesus' sacrifice, purify their hearts, and grow closer to God through prayer, abstinence, and self-reflection. In Judaism, fasting has long been a key component of religious practice, with Yom Kippur standing as the most significant day of fasting in the Jewish calendar. Known as the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur is a solemn day dedicated to seeking forgiveness for sins, repentance, and reconciliation with God. Jews fast for 25 hours, refraining not only from food, but also from drinking water, bathing, and other physical comforts. This act of fasting is seen as a purification of both the body and soul, allowing the individual to approach God with sincerity and humility. Other Jewish fasts, such as the Fast of Esther or Tisha B'Av, commemorate moments of suffering, exile, and deliverance in Jewish history, reflecting the belief that fasting can be a way to petition God for mercy and intervention. In Islam, fasting reaches its pinnacle during the holy month of Ramadan, where fasting from dawn until sunset is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, the core obligations for every Muslim. During Ramadan, Muslims fast not only from food and drink, but also from sinful behaviors such as gossip, anger, and dishonesty. The fast is both a spiritual and physical exercise intended to cultivate self-discipline, empathy for the poor, and a deeper connection to God. The fast is broken each evening with a meal called iftar, often begun with dates, mirroring the Prophet Muhammad's own practice. The month culminates in Eid al-Fitr, a day of feasting and celebration. For Muslims, fasting during Ramadan is a means of purifying the soul, practicing self-restraint, and reinforcing one's relationship with Allah. Across all 3 Abrahamic religions, fasting is more than a physical abstention from food. It is a transformative act that emphasizes spiritual growth, repentance, and discipline. Fasting becomes a way to silence the body's demands and focus on higher purposes, whether seeking forgiveness, preparing for divine tasks, or showing gratitude. The spiritual depth of fasting in these traditions speaks to its power to draw individuals closer to the divine, offering both renewal and clarity in their faith journey. Chapter 2: Fasting in Eastern Religions. Fasting plays an equally significant role in Eastern religions, though the reasons for and methods of fasting differ in comparison to the Abrahamic traditions. In Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, fasting is deeply connected to spiritual purification, self-discipline, and detachment from worldly desires. These traditions view fasting as a tool for inner growth, a way to cultivate self-control, and a means of attaining higher states of consciousness. Whether practiced in daily life, for specific religious festivals, or as part of a monk's ascetic discipline, fasting remains a central spiritual practice. In Hinduism, fasting is seen as a way to purify both the body and the mind, helping individuals connect more deeply with the divine. Hindu fasting practices vary widely depending on the region, sect, and purpose of the fast. Some fasts involve complete abstinence from food and drink, while others permit the consumption of fruits, water, or milk. One of the most widely observed fasts in Hinduism occurs during Ekadashi, a day dedicated to Lord Vishnu, which falls twice a month according to the lunar calendar. On this day, devotees abstain from grains and focus on prayer, meditation, and recitation of scriptures. Ekadashi, fasting is believed to help cleanse the body of toxins and the mind of impurities, leading to spiritual renewal. Hindu festivals such as Navaratri and Karva Chauth also incorporate fasting as a core practice. Navaratri, a 9-night festival celebrating the goddess Durga, involves fasting as a form of devotion and physical cleansing. During this period, devotees abstain from certain foods, focusing instead on fruits, vegetables, and dairy products. Karva Chauth, a fasting day observed by married women, is a fast undertaken for the health and longevity of their husbands. The women refrain from food and water from sunrise until moonrise, using the day for prayer and reflection. For Hindus, fasting serves not only as an act of devotion, but also as a method of developing self-discipline and breaking attachment to the physical world. In Buddhism, fasting is viewed less as a means of petitioning the divine and more as a method of gaining control over the mind and body. While the Buddha himself taught moderation rather than extreme asceticism, fasting is still practiced as a form of self-discipline in certain Buddhist traditions. Monastic fasting, particularly within the Theravada tradition, is common, where monks and nuns typically refrain from eating after noon each day. This practice, known as intermittent fasting, allows the mind to focus on meditation and spiritual tasks rather than the body's needs. Fasting here is less about abstaining for a full day or extended period and more about cultivating a mindful relationship with food and the body. Buddhism's relationship with fasting is further exemplified during specific festivals. For example, during Uposatha days, which are days of cleansing and spiritual renewal, lay Buddhists often observe fasting as a way to deepen their practice and reflect on the Buddha's teachings. The act of fasting helps to suppress cravings and develop insight into the impermanence of the body and its desires. This practice fosters detachment from the physical world and the realization of deeper truths about suffering and the path to enlightenment. Perhaps the strictest fasting traditions can be found in Jainism, where the commitment to nonviolence, ahimsa, and renunciation is central to spiritual practice. For Jains, fasting is an essential way to purify the soul by reducing harm to living beings and breaking attachments to the material world. Paryushana, an 8-day festival of repentance and reflection, is the most significant period of fasting for Jains. During this time, devout practitioners may fast for several days, consuming only boiled water during daylight hours. Some undertake more extreme fasts, refraining from food and water entirely for limited periods. The fasts observed during Paryushana are believed to burn away past karmas and promote spiritual growth. In addition to Paryushana, Jains also practice Santhara, or Salakana, a voluntary and final fast that is taken at the end of life by renunciants and laypeople. This practice is undertaken when a person feels they have fulfilled their life's duties and seeks to peacefully and consciously leave the physical body. While controversial, this fast is seen as a profound act of non-attachment and spiritual liberation in Jain philosophy. In all these Eastern traditions, fasting is not merely a denial of food, but a practice designed to refine one's character, develop inner strength, and promote spiritual progress. Whether it's a Hindu devotee fasting for a festival, a Buddhist monk maintaining intermittent fasting as part of daily discipline, or a Jain ascetic purifying their soul through long-term fasting. The common theme is the cultivation of control over the body to facilitate growth of the spirit. Fasting is a powerful tool for transcending the desires of the flesh and aligning oneself with a higher purpose, whether it be the pursuit of liberation, enlightenment, or closeness to the divine. Chapter 3. Native and Indigenous Fasting Rituals. Fasting holds deep spiritual significance within many native and indigenous cultures around the world. Unlike in organized religions where fasting is often tied to prescribed rituals and doctrines, fasting in these traditions is more intimately connected with nature, personal growth, and a deep relationship with the spiritual world. For Indigenous peoples, fasting is often part of rites of passage, quests for visions, healing practices, and ceremonies meant to connect the individual with the land, ancestors, and the spiritual realm. Among Native American tribes, fasting plays a central role in the vision quest, a sacred journey that young people, primarily men, undertake as a rite of passage into adulthood. The vision quest involves spending days in isolation, typically in a remote, natural setting, while abstaining from food and often water. During this time, the individual prays, meditates, and seeks guidance or visions from the spirits or ancestors. Fasting is believed to purify the body and open the mind to receiving spiritual messages. The deprivation of food and the stillness of nature strip away distractions, allowing for profound personal and spiritual insights. For many tribes, the vision quest serves as a way to find one's purpose, identity, or direction in life, marking the transition from childhood to adulthood. In addition to vision quests, fasting is woven into other ceremonies and practices within Native American cultures. Among the Lakota people, fasting is a key element of the Hanbalitzea, which translates to crying for a vision. This ritual, much like the vision quest, is a time of solitude and prayer in the wilderness. Through fasting, participants clear themselves of physical needs to focus entirely on the spiritual. It is believed that by foregoing the body's demands, one can connect more deeply with the Great Spirit, ancestors, and the natural world. Such fasts are usually accompanied by sacred rituals, including the use of prayer ties, sacred pipes, and sweat lodges, further intensifying the spiritual connection sought during the fast. Similarly, the Ojibwe and other tribes have long used fasting in spiritual pursuits, including ceremonies related to healing, purification, and preparation for major life events. In these cultures, fasting is often undertaken as a way to ask for guidance or blessings from the spirits. For example, when seeking a cure for illness or preparing for a significant community role such as a healer or warrior, fasting is used to cleanse both the body and spirit, creating space for divine wisdom and healing energy to enter. In this way, fasting serves not only the individual, but also the community, as those who fast and seek visions often return with insights meant to benefit the larger group. Fasting is also a significant aspect of many Indigenous peoples' relationship with nature. In traditional beliefs, humans are not separate from nature, but rather deeply interconnected with it. By fasting, individuals humble themselves and acknowledge their dependence on the natural world. The lack of food, often gathered directly from the land, reminds fasters of their vulnerability and the need to live in harmony with their environment. Some Indigenous fasting practices are tied to seasonal cycles, particularly during planting or harvesting times, to honor the earth's abundance and express gratitude for the sustenance it provides. These fasts reinforce a sense of reciprocity between the people and the land, where humans act as stewards rather than dominators of nature. Outside of North America, similar fasting traditions can be found among Indigenous cultures worldwide. In parts of Africa, fasting plays an important role in connecting with the ancestors and spirits of the land. For example, among the Zulu people, fasting is often practiced before major ceremonial events, such as rites of initiation or the installation of a new leader. By fasting, individuals or entire communities demonstrate their humility and readiness to receive guidance from the ancestors. In the Amazon, certain tribes incorporate fasting into ayahuasca ceremonies, where abstaining from food and sometimes salt or meat is a way to cleanse the body before undergoing the intense spiritual journey induced by the sacred plant. For many indigenous peoples, fasting is inseparable from their understanding of health and healing. Unlike in modern medicine, where fasting is often viewed purely in terms of physical benefits, indigenous fasting traditions see the practice as a way to restore balance to the body, mind, and spirit. Illness is often understood as a disruption of harmony, either within the individual or between the individual and the natural or spiritual world. By fasting, the person opens themselves up to healing energies, whether through prayer, the guidance of ancestors, or the cleansing forces of nature. The process of fasting, in this sense, was less about physical detoxification and more about spiritual realignment. What sets indigenous fasting rituals apart from many modern approaches is their holistic nature. Fasting is not done solely for personal benefit, but is deeply rooted in the well-being of the community and the environment, whether it's a young person seeking their purpose on a vision quest, a healer fasting before performing a sacred duty, or an entire community abstaining to honor the earth's cycles. Fasting in these cultures is a communal and relational act. It reflects a worldview in which the spiritual, physical, and natural realms are interconnected, and fasting serves as a bridge between them. In essence, indigenous fasting rituals are a profound expression of the interconnectedness of life. Through abstaining from food, individuals not only purify their bodies, but also align themselves more closely with the forces that govern life: nature, spirit, and community. These practices remind us that fasting is far more than a physical act. It is a journey of humility, reflection, and connection that transcends the individual and touches the deepest aspects of human experience. Chapter 4. Fasting in Ancient Civilizations. Fasting has been a part of human culture for as long as recorded history can trace. In ancient civilizations, fasting was practiced not only for religious and spiritual purposes, but also for its believed physical and medicinal benefits. From the Egyptians and Greeks to the Romans and beyond, fasting became a widely recognized method for purification, both of the body and the soul. These early societies laid the foundations for many fasting practices we still recognize today, blending spiritual reverence, healing, and philosophical inquiry. In ancient Egypt, fasting was deeply integrated into the spiritual and ritualistic fabric of society. The Egyptians believed that fasting allowed them to communicate more effectively with their gods and prepare themselves for the afterlife. Fasting was common among priests who were required to maintain physical and spiritual purity while serving in temples. Ritualistic fasting often accompanied the mummification process, both for the deceased and for those performing the rites. Abstaining from food was a symbolic act of cleansing, purifying the body to align it with the divine. The Egyptians believed that through fasting, individuals could prepare their bodies to enter the afterlife in a purified state, untainted by the excesses of the physical world. The influence of fasting can also be seen in ancient Greece, where it played a significant role in the pursuit of knowledge and enlightenment. For many Greek philosophers, fasting was more than a spiritual or physical practice. It was a tool for sharpening the mind and clarifying thought. Pythagoras, the renowned mathematician and philosopher, famously required his students to fast before they could be initiated into his school of thought. He believed that fasting improved mental clarity and opened the mind to higher levels of understanding. Pythagoras himself practiced extended fasts, which he credited for his ability to make profound intellectual breakthroughs. Similarly, Socrates and Plato advocated for the benefits of fasting, not only as a means of bodily purification, but as a way to free the mind from the distractions of the flesh, allowing one to focus on philosophical contemplation and the pursuit of truth. In addition to its intellectual applications, fasting in ancient Greece had strong religious connotations. The Eleusinian Mysteries, one of the most revered religious rites in the Greek world, involved fasting as a preparatory ritual. These mysteries, held annually in honor of the goddess Demeter, were secretive initiations that promised participants insights into the afterlife and the mysteries of existence. Participants would fast in the days leading up to the ceremonies, cleansing their bodies and minds to be fully present for the sacred rituals and experiences that followed. The Greeks saw fasting as a way to clear away worldly distractions and attune themselves to the divine energies of the universe. In ancient Rome, fasting also had both religious and medical applications. Roman priests, like their Greek and Egyptian counterparts, fasted as part of their religious duties. However, the Romans took a more pragmatic approach to fasting as well, seeing it as a means of restoring health and vitality. The Roman physician Galen, who followed the teachings of Hippocrates, recommended fasting for a variety of ailments. He believed that abstaining from food allowed the body to rest and heal, flushing out toxins and restoring balance to the humors, the four bodily fluids thought to govern health and disease. Galen's writings on fasting and diet influenced medical practice for centuries, laying the groundwork for later understandings of the relationship between diet, fasting, and health. Fasting was also present in the ancient Persian Empire, where it was practiced as part of the Zoroastrian faith. Zoroastrians, followers of one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions, believed in the importance of maintaining a balance between good and evil forces. Fasting was one of the methods used to purify the body and soul from evil influences. While Zoroastrians did not practice fasting in the same way as some other religious traditions, abstaining from food and indulgences was seen as a way to cleanse oneself and stay spiritually connected to Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity. In ancient India, fasting was central to Ayurvedic medicine and the spiritual practices of Hinduism, as discussed in the previous chapter. Ayurvedic texts from this era emphasize the role of fasting in detoxifying the body and balancing the doshas, or bodily energies. Ancient Indian sages and ascetics often engaged in prolonged fasts as part of their spiritual discipline, renouncing worldly pleasures to attain higher states of consciousness. Fasting was seen as a way to align oneself with the rhythms of the natural world, allowing for deeper meditation and spiritual growth. The Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Aztecs and Mayans, also practiced fasting as part of their religious and cultural rituals. For the Aztecs, fasting was often associated with the worship of gods like Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl, and it was seen as a way to make sacrifices to ensure the survival of their society. The Mayans, similarly, fasted before performing sacred rituals, believing that fasting would strengthen their prayers and make their offerings more acceptable to the gods. Fasting was seen as a way of achieving harmony between humans and the divine, ensuring that the gods would continue to bless their crops, their people, and their lands. Across these ancient civilizations, fasting was more than just a denial of food. It was a multi-faceted practice that engaged the body, mind, and spirit. Whether to seek enlightenment, prepare for sacred rituals, or heal the body, fasting was viewed as a transformative act that allowed individuals to transcend the physical realm and connect with the divine or with higher knowledge. These early civilizations laid the groundwork for many of the fasting practices that continue to be valued in both spiritual and health contexts today. Chapter 5. Fasting in the Islamic World. Fasting holds a central place in the Islamic faith, deeply embedded in the daily life, spiritual practices, and religious observances of Muslims worldwide. The most significant form of fasting in Islam is Saum, one of the 5 pillars of Islam, which requires Muslims to fast during the month of Ramadan. However, Fasting in the Islamic world extends beyond Ramadan and takes on various forms for spiritual growth, repentance, and seeking closeness to Allah, God. For Muslims, fasting is seen not only as a physical act of abstaining from food and drink, but also as a means of moral and spiritual purification. The practice of fasting during Ramadan is a profound demonstration of devotion to Allah, meant to instill patience, discipline, and gratitude. Ramadan, the 9th month of the Islamic lunar calendar, commemorates the first revelation of the Quran to the Prophet Muhammad. During this holy month, Muslims fast from dawn, Fajr, until sunset, Maghrib, refraining from eating, drinking, smoking, and marital relations. This daily fast, known as Sam, is broken each evening with a meal called iftar, often starting with dates and water, as the Prophet Muhammad is said to have done. The spiritual essence of fasting in Ramadan goes beyond physical abstinence. Muslims are encouraged to refrain from sinful behavior such as gossip, anger, or dishonesty, and instead engage in acts of charity, prayer, and recitation of the Quran. Fasting is seen as a time for heightened reflection, self-restraint, and connection with Allah. The Quran emphasizes that fasting is not merely a hardship, but a means of developing piety, as stated in Surah Al-Baqarah 2:183. O you who have believed, decreed upon you is fasting as it was decreed upon those before you, that you may become righteous. Ramadan fasting is a communal and unifying experience, bringing together Muslims of all backgrounds in shared devotion. Across the globe, from the bustling cities of the Middle East to the remote villages of Africa and Asia, the sound of the Adhan, call to prayer, signals the beginning and end of the fast each day. Families and communities gather for iftar and suhoor, the pre-dawn meal, sharing food and prayer as they collectively observe the sacred month. The final 10 days of Ramadan hold even greater significance, as they mark the period during which the night of power, Laylat al-Qadr, is believed to have occurred, the night on which the Quran was first revealed. On this night, Muslims believe their prayers and fasts are especially blessed, and they seek forgiveness and spiritual renewal. While Ramadan is the most well-known period of fasting in Islam, there are numerous other occasions throughout the year where fasting plays an important role. Voluntary fasting outside of Ramadan is highly encouraged in Islam as a means of gaining additional spiritual reward and self-discipline. For instance, Muslims are encouraged to fast on Mondays and Thursdays, following the example of the Prophet Muhammad, who regularly observed these fasts. There are also special days for fasting, such as the day of Arafah, observed by those who are not participating in the Hajj pilgrimage, and the day of Ashura, which commemorates the martyrdom of Imam Hussein and is observed by both Sunni and Shia Muslims. These voluntary fasts serve to deepen one's connection with Allah and cleanse the soul from worldly distractions. Fasting in Islam is also closely linked to repentance and seeking forgiveness. For many Muslims, fasting is seen as an opportunity to atone for sins and seek Allah's mercy. Fasting is often recommended as an expiation, kafara, for certain transgressions, such as breaking an oath or missing a fast during Ramadan without a valid reason. This type of fasting helps to rectify one's mistakes and provides a path toward spiritual purification. The act of fasting as repentance underscores the notion that fasting is not only a personal sacrifice, but also a path to spiritual growth and moral correction. Beyond its spiritual significance, fasting in the Islamic world has a strong social and communal dimension. Ramadan, in particular, is a time when Muslims are reminded of the struggles of the less fortunate. By experiencing hunger and thirst, even if only for part of the day, Muslims are meant to develop empathy for those who go without food and water on a regular basis. Acts of charity, known as zakat, are particularly encouraged during Ramadan, with many Muslims giving generously to those in need. This reinforces the Islamic principle of caring for one's fellow human beings, fostering a sense of community and solidarity across the Muslim world. The health benefits of fasting have also been acknowledged in Islamic tradition. The Prophet Muhammad is reported to have said, "Fast so that you may gain health," suggesting that fasting has physical as well as spiritual benefits. While the primary purpose of fasting in Islam is spiritual, it is understood that the act of fasting, when practiced with moderation and proper nutrition, can lead to improvements in physical well-being. Modern studies on intermittent fasting and its positive effects on metabolism, digestion, and mental clarity resonate with Islamic practices that encourage restraint in both eating and behavior. In addition to regular fasting, Islamic scholars emphasize the importance of moderation during the periods when fasting is broken. While the fast is meant to discipline the body and mind, indulgence during iftar or suhoor is discouraged. Islam promotes the concept of wasatiyah, or balance, which encourages Muslims to avoid both extremes, excessive deprivation and overindulgence. Maintaining this balance is key to ensuring that fasting remains a holistic practice, fostering both spiritual and physical well-being. Fasting in Islam also holds a deeply mystical dimension, especially within Sufism, the spiritual and ascetic branch of Islam. Sufi practitioners often incorporate additional fasts into their lives as a way of purifying the heart and attaining a closer connection with Allah. Fasting is seen as part of a broader effort to achieve tazkiyah, purification of the soul, and ma'rifah, knowledge of God. For Sufis, the physical act of fasting is secondary to the spiritual fasting from worldly distractions, ego, and selfish desires. This inner fast, combined with the physical abstinence, is seen as a path to achieving divine knowledge and enlightenment. In the Islamic world, fasting is much more than a ritual obligation. It is a deeply transformative practice that touches every aspect of a Muslim's life. From Ramadan's communal observance to the personal devotion of voluntary fasts, fasting in Islam is a way to draw closer to Allah, cleanse the body and soul, and foster empathy and compassion for others. Through the physical discipline of fasting, Muslims cultivate spiritual strength, learning to control their desires and deepen their faith in Allah's guidance. Chapter 6. Eastern European Fasting Practices. Fasting has long been a significant part of religious and cultural life in Eastern Europe, particularly within the traditions of Eastern Orthodox Christianity and the Byzantine Rite Catholic churches. In these regions, fasting is not merely about abstaining from food, but is deeply embedded in spiritual discipline, repentance, and preparation for religious holidays. The rhythms of fasting are woven into the liturgical calendar with a focus on humility, prayer, and self-control. This chapter explores the rich fasting traditions of Eastern Europe, where the practice remains a deeply spiritual and communal experience. The most prominent fasting practice in Eastern Europe is found within Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Fasting is considered a key aspect of Orthodox Christian life, with multiple periods of fasting throughout the year, the most significant being Great Lent, which leads up to Pascha, Easter. Fasting in the Orthodox tradition is strict and involves abstaining not only from food, but also from certain types of foods, particularly those considered indulgent, such as meat, dairy, eggs, and sometimes even olive oil and wine. The Orthodox fast is not merely a physical discipline, but a spiritual exercise aimed at purifying both body and soul, preparing believers for the resurrection of Christ. Great Lent, the most well-known of these fasting periods, lasts for 40 days, mirroring the 40 days that Jesus spent fasting in the wilderness. During this time, Orthodox Christians abstain from animal products and limit their meals to 1 or 2 per day, avoiding any food between meals. fasting during Lent is seen as a way to imitate Christ's own self-denial and to cultivate spiritual virtues such as patience, humility, and charity. It is not just about refraining from food, but about fostering inner discipline and redirecting one's focus from earthly desires to the pursuit of holiness. Many Eastern Europeans also increase their prayer, attend more church services, and perform acts of charity during this time, as fasting is seen as incomplete without accompanying spiritual practices. Another significant fasting period in Eastern European Orthodox practice is the Nativity Fast, or Advent, which leads up to Christmas. This fast is observed for 40 days before the Nativity of Christ, beginning in mid-November and continuing until Christmas Eve. Like Great Lent, the Nativity Fast involves abstaining from meat, dairy, and eggs, although the rules may be slightly relaxed in comparison to Lent. The purpose of this fast is to prepare the faithful for the joyous celebration of Christ's birth by fostering a sense of spiritual anticipation and purification. In many Eastern European countries, the conclusion of the Nativity Fast is marked by a festive meal on Christmas Eve, often centered around fish and vegetarian dishes. In addition to these two major fasting periods, Orthodox Christians in Eastern Europe also observe the Apostles' Fast and the Dormition Fast. The Apostles' Fast is observed in June, leading up to the feast day of Saints Peter and Paul, and the Dormition Fast occurs in August in preparation for the Feast of the Dormition Assumption of the Virgin Mary. Each of these fasting periods follows similar guidelines, with restrictions on animal products and an emphasis on prayer and almsgiving. These fasts serve as spiritual milestones throughout the liturgical year, helping the faithful to regularly refocus their spiritual lives and draw closer to God. Fasting in the Eastern Orthodox tradition is deeply rooted in the belief that the physical and spiritual realms are interconnected. By fasting from food, believers are not merely denying themselves physical sustenance, but are symbolically rejecting the temptations and excesses of the material world. The Orthodox tradition teaches that overindulgence in food or other physical pleasures can cloud the mind and spirit, leading individuals away from God. Fasting is therefore seen as a way to discipline the body and free the soul to seek divine grace. It is often accompanied by other ascetic practices, such as increased prayer, reading of scripture, and participation in the sacraments. While the fasting practices of Eastern Orthodox Christianity are central to much of Eastern Europe, other religious communities in the region also have their own fasting traditions. For example, Byzantine Rite Catholic churches, which are in communion with the Roman Catholic Church but follow the liturgical practices of Eastern Orthodoxy, observe similar fasting periods, including Great Lent and the Nativity Fast. These churches, found in countries such as Ukraine, Slovakia, and Hungary, incorporate fasting into their religious life in much the same way as their Orthodox counterparts, blending Catholic theology with Eastern Christian asceticism. In addition to religious fasting, certain cultural traditions in Eastern Europe also involve fasting or food abstention. In many parts of Russia, Poland, and Romania, fasting has traditionally been associated with rural life, where it was seen as a means of promoting health, vitality, and longevity. Folk traditions often combined religious fasting with the rhythms of agricultural life, with periods of fasting occurring before planting or harvesting seasons. In these communities, fasting was not only a spiritual practice, but also a practical way to conserve food during lean times or to cleanse the body after periods of feasting. In countries like Poland, the traditions of fasting are particularly strong during Christmas Eve and Good Friday. Polish families typically abstain from meat on Christmas Eve, instead sharing a meal of fish and vegetarian dishes known as the Wigilia feast. This meal is steeped in religious significance, and the fast is considered a way of preparing spiritually for the birth of Christ. Similarly, Good Friday is observed with strict fasting in remembrance of Christ's crucifixion, with many families abstaining from all food until the evening meal, when a modest supper is shared. In Romania, fasting is not only a religious practice, but a deeply cultural one, with many Romanians observing the Orthodox fasts even if they are not regular churchgoers. The Romanian Orthodox Church emphasizes fasting as a way to cleanse both the body and soul, and many Romanian dishes are specifically designed for fasting periods, using ingredients like beans, cabbage, and mushrooms to create hearty but meatless meals. The Christmas Eve meal in Romania, like in Poland, is typically vegetarian or features fish as a way of honoring the conclusion of the Nativity fast. Fasting in Eastern Europe, particularly within the Orthodox Christian tradition, is an act of both devotion and discipline. It is a time for believers to step away from the indulgences of daily life and focus on their relationship with God, purifying both body and soul in preparation for the holy seasons of the Church. While the specific rules of fasting may vary from country to country or even from individual to individual, the underlying purpose remains the same: to cultivate a sense of humility, self-control, and spiritual renewal. For Eastern Europeans, fasting is not a burden but a gift, offering a way to grow closer to God and to one another through shared faith and sacrifice. Chapter 7. Modern Cultural Fasting Rituals. In the modern world, fasting has taken on a variety of cultural, spiritual, and health-related meanings. While many contemporary fasting practices still have their roots in ancient religious traditions, new approaches to fasting have emerged, shaped by globalization, wellness movements, and changing social dynamics. From religious observances to secular wellness trends, fasting has evolved into a multifaceted practice that reflects both continuity with the past and adaptation to modern values. In many parts of the world, religious fasting continues to play a central role in cultural identity and spiritual life. For instance, Ramadan in the Islamic world remains one of the most widely practiced and culturally significant fasting rituals today. During this month, millions of Muslims around the globe engage in fasting from dawn to sunset, abstaining not only from food and drink, but also from sinful behaviors and worldly distractions. Despite the modern conveniences of life, Ramadan fasting continues to unite families and communities, creating a sense of shared spiritual purpose. In cities like Cairo, Jakarta, and Istanbul, the breaking of the fast at sunset, known as iftar, is a communal event, often marked by large gatherings and festive meals. Modern technology has even made it possible for Muslims in different countries to connect with each other through social media and apps that provide prayer times, fasting schedules, and tips for a healthy Ramadan. In Christianity, particularly among Eastern Orthodox and Catholic communities, fasting remains an important part of the religious calendar, particularly during Lent and Advent. However, in modern times, these fasting practices are often adapted to fit the lifestyles and health needs of individuals. Many Orthodox Christians still observe the traditional fast from animal products during Lent, but some opt for more flexible interpretations, such as reducing certain foods instead of total abstinence. In Western Christianity, fasting is often more symbolic, with many opting to fast from specific indulgences such as sweets or social media, rather than strictly from food. This modern adaptation allows fasting to remain relevant and accessible to those who may not be able to follow stricter traditional guidelines. Fasting has also become an important component of secular wellness movements, particularly in the West. In recent years, intermittent fasting has gained immense popularity as a health and lifestyle practice. While intermittent fasting has roots in ancient practices, its modern resurgence is often framed in terms of health benefits rather than spiritual growth. Popularized by wellness gurus, dietitians, and scientific research, intermittent fasting involves cycles of eating and fasting, with common patterns such as the 16-8 method, fasting for 16 hours, eating within an 8-hour window, or the 5-2 diet, eating normally for 5 days, and fasting or severely restricting calories for 2 non-consecutive days. Proponents of intermittent fasting claim benefits such as weight loss, improved metabolism, cellular repair, and increased longevity, and these claims are supported by a growing body of research. Modern intermittent fasting has become a global trend, embraced by people across different cultures for both physical and mental health reasons. For some, it is a way to control weight and improve fitness, while for others, it is seen as a means of enhancing focus and mental clarity. The practice has been adapted to fit a wide range of lifestyles, from office workers in New York and London to athletes in Tokyo and Los Angeles. Fasting apps, online forums, and social media influencers have helped promote and spread the practice, creating a worldwide community of intermittent fasters. However, critics of the trend caution against adopting fasting solely for quick results, emphasizing the importance of a balanced, sustainable approach to health. In addition to intermittent fasting, modern wellness culture has embraced other forms of fasting for detoxification and spiritual retreat. Juice cleanses, water fasting, and detox diets are commonly practiced by those seeking to reset their bodies, cleanse toxins, or improve their energy levels. These practices, often promoted by wellness companies and health retreats, are typically short-term fasts that involve consuming only liquids like fruit juices or vegetable broths. While proponents claim that these fasts offer benefits such as improved digestion and clearer skin, medical experts often urge caution, noting that the body already has natural detoxification systems in place and that extreme forms of fasting can sometimes be harmful if not carefully monitored. Fasting as part of mindfulness and self-discipline has also seen a resurgence, particularly in movements such as Buddhist retreats and silent meditation retreats. In modern Buddhist centers around the world, fasting is used as a tool to enhance meditation and mindfulness. Participants may fast for short periods as a way to clear their minds, heighten spiritual awareness, and focus on their inner selves. Fasting retreats often emphasize simplicity, quietude, and detachment from the material world, providing participants with a break from the distractions of modern life. In these settings, fasting is not about deprivation, but about fostering a deeper connection with oneself and the present moment. In Japan, the practice of fasting has also been integrated into modern wellness through the concept of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing. Although not traditionally associated with food abstention, some modern practitioners incorporate fasting with forest bathing to heighten the physical and spiritual benefits of spending time in nature. These modern retreats, popular in both Japan and other countries, combine fasting, meditation, and immersion in natural surroundings as a way to cleanse the mind and body while reconnecting with the environment. Cultural fasting rituals in Hinduism and Jainism have also evolved in modern times, particularly in India and its diaspora communities around the world. In Hinduism, fasting is still widely observed on special days such as Ekadashi and Mahashivaratri, though many modern Hindus now approach fasting with greater flexibility, tailoring the practice to their health and lifestyle needs. Similarly, Jains continue to practice fasting during religious festivals like Paryushana, but modern adaptations allow for more leniency, especially for those with health concerns. In both religions, fasting remains an important way to cultivate spiritual discipline and self-control, though modernity has brought adjustments to traditional rules. Fasting rituals have also played a role in modern social and political movements. Hunger strikes, a form of fasting as protest, have been used throughout the 20th and 21st centuries as a powerful tool for advocating social justice and political change. From Mahatma Gandhi's fasts during India's struggle for independence to Cesar Chavez's hunger strikes in support of farm workers' rights in the United States, fasting has been used as a peaceful yet forceful means of drawing attention to injustice. In these cases, fasting becomes not only an act of self-sacrifice, but a demonstration of moral conviction, using personal suffering to bring about collective change. In today's globalized world, fasting continues to evolve, blending ancient practices with modern values. Whether as a form of religious devotion, a path to health and wellness, or a method of political protest, fasting remains a deeply personal and culturally resonant ritual. Modern fasting reflects the diversity of human experience, offering individuals a way to connect with their faith, their bodies, or their communities, while adapting to the complexities of contemporary life. Chapter 8: The Science of Fasting. In recent decades, fasting has garnered significant attention in the scientific community, with researchers exploring its potential health benefits, physiological effects, and risks. While fasting is an ancient practice with deep spiritual and cultural roots, modern science has sought to understand its impact on the body at a cellular and metabolic level. This chapter delves into the scientific basis of fasting, discussing how the body responds to food deprivation, the benefits of different fasting protocols, and the potential risks involved. Fasting can be defined as a voluntary abstention from food and sometimes drink for a set period. When a person fasts, the body enters a state of energy conservation and begins to use stored resources to maintain essential functions. During the early stages of fasting, typically after about 12 hours, the body switches from using glucose as its primary energy source to burning fat stores. This shift in metabolism is known as ketosis, where the liver breaks down fats into molecules called ketones, which can be used for energy. Ketosis is a key mechanism behind many of the health benefits associated with fasting, as it allows the body to access fat reserves, aiding in weight loss and improving metabolic health. One of the most well-studied benefits of fasting is its potential to promote weight loss and improve metabolic health. Several studies have shown that intermittent fasting, in particular, can help reduce body fat and improve markers of metabolic syndrome, such as blood sugar levels, insulin sensitivity, and cholesterol levels. By giving the body extended periods without food, intermittent fasting allows insulin levels to drop, which facilitates the release of stored fat for energy. Over time, this process can lead to a reduction in fat mass, especially visceral fat, which is associated with a higher risk of heart disease, diabetes, and other chronic conditions. In addition to its effects on body composition, fasting has been linked to improved cardiovascular health. Research has shown that intermittent fasting can lead to reductions in blood pressure, cholesterol levels, and triglycerides, all of which are important markers for heart disease. A 2015 study published in the journal Cell Metabolism found that alternate day fasting, eating normally one day and fasting the next, led to improvements in heart health, including reduced inflammation and lower levels of harmful LDL cholesterol. By promoting weight loss and reducing inflammation, fasting may help lower the risk of cardiovascular disease. Beyond its metabolic benefits, fasting has also been shown to trigger a process known as autophagy, a cellular repair mechanism where the body breaks down and recycles damaged cells and proteins. Autophagy plays a critical role in maintaining cellular health by removing dysfunctional components and promoting the regeneration of new cells. Fasting stimulates autophagy by creating a state of nutrient deprivation, which signals to the body that it needs to prioritize efficiency and self-repair. Some scientists believe that autophagy may help reduce the risk of age-related diseases such as Alzheimer's, cancer, and Parkinson's by clearing out damaged cells before they can cause harm. Intermittent fasting and prolonged fasting have both been linked to improvements in brain health and cognitive function. Fasting appears to enhance brain function by increasing the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports the growth and survival of neurons. BDNF has been shown to improve learning, memory, and mood. And low levels of BDNF are associated with neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Some animal studies have suggested that intermittent fasting can protect the brain from stress, reduce inflammation, and even stimulate the growth of new neurons, a process known as neurogenesis. The potential neuroprotective effects of fasting may also extend to mental health. Several studies have indicated that fasting can lead to improvements in mood and mental clarity, potentially by stabilizing blood sugar levels and reducing inflammation. Some proponents of intermittent fasting report experiencing increased focus, energy, and a sense of mental sharpness during fasting periods. However, it is important to note that fasting can have different psychological effects depending on the individual, and it may not be suitable for everyone, especially those with a history of eating disorders or anxiety around food. One of the most promising areas of fasting research is its potential role in cancer prevention and treatment. Studies on animals have shown that intermittent fasting or prolonged fasting can slow the growth of tumors, reduce the incidence of cancer, and enhance the effectiveness of cancer treatments such as chemotherapy. Fasting may help starve cancer cells by depriving them of the nutrients they need to grow, while healthy cells enter a protective state of autophagy. Some researchers believe that fasting could one day be used as an adjunct to traditional cancer therapies, though more research is needed to determine its efficacy in humans. Despite these promising findings, it is important to recognize that fasting is not without its risks. Prolonged fasting, especially when done without medical supervision, can lead to nutrient deficiencies, muscle loss, and electrolyte imbalances, which can be dangerous. Water fasting, where individuals consume only water for extended periods, is particularly risky for those with underlying health conditions such as diabetes or heart disease. Additionally, extreme fasting can put undue stress on the body's organs, including the heart and kidneys, and may lead to serious complications in vulnerable individuals. Pregnant or breastfeeding women, as well as those with chronic medical conditions, should avoid fasting unless advised otherwise by a healthcare provider. Another potential concern is the impact of fasting on hormonal health, particularly in women. Some studies suggest that intermittent fasting may disrupt reproductive hormones in women, potentially leading to irregular menstrual cycles or fertility issues. While intermittent fasting is generally considered safe for most men, women may experience different physiological responses due to hormonal fluctuations, particularly those related to estrogen and progesterone. As such, women who are considering fasting should approach it with caution and consult with a healthcare professional if they have concerns about its effects on their hormonal health. Moreover, while intermittent fasting has gained widespread popularity in the wellness community, it is important to acknowledge that fasting is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Some people thrive on intermittent fasting, finding that it helps them maintain a healthy weight, improve their focus, and feel more energetic. Others may experience negative side effects such as fatigue, irritability, or difficulty concentrating. The success of fasting depends on many factors, including an individual's metabolism, lifestyle, and overall health. What works well for one person may not work for another, so it is essential to approach fasting with an open mind and a willingness to adjust based on personal experience. In conclusion, the science of fasting offers a fascinating glimpse into the body's ability to adapt and thrive under periods of food deprivation. from metabolic benefits such as weight loss and improved insulin sensitivity to cellular repair mechanisms like autophagy. Fasting has demonstrated a range of potential health advantages. However, it is also important to approach fasting with caution and awareness of its potential risks, particularly for certain populations. As researchers continue to study fasting's effects on the human body, it is likely that we will gain even more insight into how this ancient practice can be harnessed for modern health. Chapter 9: Health Benefits of Fasting. Fasting has long been associated with various spiritual, cultural, and religious practices, but in recent years, it has gained recognition for its potential health benefits. As science delves deeper into understanding the physiological effects of fasting, a growing body of evidence supports its positive impact on metabolic health, longevity, and even brain function. This chapter explores the myriad health benefits of fasting, providing a detailed look at how this ancient practice can improve physical and mental well-being. One of the most well-known health benefits of fasting is weight loss. When the body is deprived of food for extended periods, it transitions from burning glucose, the primary energy source derived from carbohydrates, to burning fat. This shift into ketosis allows the body to use stored fat for energy, leading to weight reduction. This metabolic process is the foundation of many fasting methods, including intermittent fasting, where people limit their eating to certain windows of time. Several studies suggest that intermittent fasting is an effective way to lose weight without the need for calorie counting, as it reduces the overall caloric intake and boosts fat burning. Unlike conventional diets, intermittent fasting is more sustainable for many people, as it doesn't require constant restriction of specific foods. Beyond weight loss, fasting can also lead to improvements in metabolic health, particularly by lowering blood sugar and improving insulin sensitivity. Insulin is a hormone that regulates the body's ability to use glucose for energy, and insulin resistance, a condition where the body's cells become less responsive to insulin, is a major contributor to type 2 diabetes and other metabolic disorders. Studies have shown that intermittent fasting can reduce insulin levels and increase the body's sensitivity to insulin, leading to better blood sugar control. This can be especially beneficial for individuals at risk of diabetes or those who are pre-diabetic. By improving insulin sensitivity, fasting may also lower the risk of developing diabetes, related complications such as heart disease, kidney damage, and nerve damage. Another significant benefit of fasting is its ability to reduce inflammation. Chronic inflammation is linked to many diseases, including heart disease, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Research indicates that fasting can help lower markers of inflammation, such as C-reactive protein, CRP, which plays a role in the development of chronic conditions. Inflammation is the body's natural response to injury or infection, but when it becomes chronic, it can damage healthy tissues and organs. By reducing inflammation, fasting may help protect the body from a wide range of health issues, from cardiovascular disease to neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Fasting has also been found to have a profound effect on cellular repair and longevity. A process known as autophagy is one of the most exciting discoveries in the field of fasting research. Autophagy is the body's way of cleaning out damaged cells and regenerating new ones. During fasting, the lack of available nutrients triggers autophagy, allowing the body to break down and recycle old or dysfunctional cells, which can slow down the aging process and reduce the risk of age-related diseases. Studies in animals have shown that intermittent fasting can extend lifespan and delay the onset of age-related conditions, though more research is needed to confirm these effects in humans. Nonetheless, the potential of fasting to promote longevity and cellular health is a promising area of study. One of the more surprising benefits of fasting is its positive impact on brain health. Fasting stimulates the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports the survival and growth of neurons. BDNF plays a critical role in learning, memory, and overall cognitive function. Low levels of BDNF have been associated with mood disorders like depression, as well as neurodegenerative diseases. Animal studies suggest that fasting can protect brain cells from damage and may even promote the growth of new neurons, a process known as neurogenesis. This could explain why some people report enhanced focus, mental clarity, and even improved mood during fasting periods. Additionally, fasting has been linked to improved cardiovascular health. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death worldwide, and many of its risk factors, such as high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and obesity, can be mitigated by fasting. Research shows that fasting can lower LDL cholesterol, often referred to as bad cholesterol, and triglycerides, both of which are linked to an increased risk of heart disease. By promoting weight loss, reducing inflammation, and improving lipid profiles, fasting offers a multifaceted approach to protecting heart health. For example, a 2019 study published in the American Journal of Cardiology found that individuals who engaged in regular intermittent fasting had a lower risk of coronary artery disease and heart failure. Another benefit of fasting is its potential to improve gut health. The digestive system requires a significant amount of energy to process food, and fasting gives the gut a break from constant digestion. This rest period may allow the gut to heal, reduce bloating, and improve the balance of beneficial bacteria. Gut microbiota, the diverse community of microorganisms living in the digestive tract, plays a crucial role in overall health. Some studies suggest that fasting can improve the diversity and composition of gut bacteria, which may enhance digestion, boost the immune system, and even contribute to better mental health. Additionally, intermittent fasting may help regulate leptin and ghrelin, two hormones that control hunger and satiety, which can improve appetite regulation and prevent overeating. Fasting may also enhance the body's ability to fight off illness by boosting the immune system. Research has found that fasting can trigger the regeneration of immune cells, particularly white blood cells, which are essential for defending the body against infections. A study from the University of Southern California showed that fasting for 72 hours helped regenerate the immune system in both mice and humans by encouraging stem cells to produce new white blood cells. This has potential implications for people undergoing chemotherapy, as fasting may help protect the immune system during cancer treatment by reducing the harmful side effects of chemotherapy on healthy cells while simultaneously promoting the regeneration of new healthy immune cells. Despite these promising benefits, it's important to note that fasting is not a one-size-fits-all solution, and it may not be appropriate for everyone. People with certain health conditions, such as eating disorders, diabetes, or heart problems, should consult a healthcare professional before attempting any form of fasting. Additionally, prolonged fasting without proper medical supervision can lead to nutritional deficiencies and electrolyte imbalances, which can be harmful. For most healthy individuals, intermittent fasting and other moderate forms of fasting can offer numerous health benefits when practiced responsibly. In conclusion, the health benefits of fasting extend far beyond simple weight loss, from improving metabolic health and reducing inflammation to promoting longevity and enhancing brain function. Fasting offers a range of potential advantages that can positively impact overall well-being. As research continues to uncover the mechanisms behind fasting's benefits, this ancient practice may prove to be a powerful tool for improving both physical and mental health in the modern world. Chapter 10: Intermittent Fasting, the Modern Fad. In recent years, intermittent fasting, IF, has surged in popularity, particularly in health and wellness circles. Though fasting is an ancient practice with deep religious and cultural roots, its modern resurgence comes largely from scientific interest in its potential health benefits, coupled with the growing trend toward wellness and longevity. As a fad, intermittent fasting has captured the attention of fitness enthusiasts, celebrities, biohackers, and health experts alike, each promoting it as a simple, effective way to lose weight, boost energy, and improve health outcomes. This chapter delves into the rise of intermittent fasting as a modern-day phenomenon, exploring the various fasting methods, the reasons for its popularity, and the scientific evidence, or lack thereof, behind its claims. At its core, intermittent fasting involves cycling between periods of eating and fasting. Unlike traditional diets, which focus on what you eat, intermittent fasting is more concerned with when you eat. The most popular methods of intermittent fasting include the 16-to-8 method, where one fasts for 16 hours and eats during an 8-hour window, and the 5-to-2 diet, which involves eating normally for 5 days a week and significantly restricting calories, usually to around 500 to 600 calories on the other 2 days. Other approaches include alternate day fasting, where one alternates between a day of normal eating and a day of complete or near complete fasting, and the 24-hour fast, where participants abstain from food for a full 24 hours once or twice a week. So why has intermittent fasting become so popular? For many, it represents a more sustainable approach to weight loss and health than traditional dieting. Unlike conventional calorie-restrictive diets that require constant monitoring of food intake and often lead to burnout, intermittent fasting offers a simpler, more flexible framework. By restricting eating to certain windows of time, individuals naturally consume fewer calories without feeling like they are constantly dieting. This method appeals to those who want to lose weight without counting calories, restricting food groups, or meticulously planning meals. Additionally, many followers of intermittent fasting report feeling more energized and mentally sharp during their fasting periods, contributing to its appeal. One of the key reasons for intermittent fasting's rise as a modern trend is its scientific backing. Numerous studies have highlighted the potential health benefits of intermittent fasting, particularly in relation to weight loss, metabolic health, and longevity. Research shows that intermittent fasting can help reduce body fat, especially visceral fat, the fat stored around organs, which is associated with a higher risk of chronic diseases, without significant loss of muscle mass. Because fasting forces the body to rely on stored fat for energy, it can lead to efficient fat burning, which is why intermittent fasting is often embraced by fitness enthusiasts and athletes. Beyond weight loss, intermittent fasting has been shown to improve insulin sensitivity and blood sugar regulation, making it a potentially powerful tool for those at risk of type 2 diabetes. Insulin sensitivity refers to how effectively the body cells respond to insulin, a hormone that regulates blood sugar levels. By improving the sensitivity, intermittent fasting can help prevent spikes in blood sugar and reduce the risk of developing insulin resistance, a precursor to diabetes. Several studies have found that intermittent fasting lowers fasting insulin levels, leading to better blood sugar control. This is why many proponents of intermittent fasting suggest it as a beneficial practice for those managing prediabetes or seeking to optimize metabolic health. The potential anti-aging effects of intermittent fasting are another major reason behind its popularity. As mentioned in earlier chapters, intermittent fasting triggers a process known as autophagy, the body's way of cleaning out damaged cells and regenerating new ones. This process is critical for cellular maintenance and repair and is believed to slow down the aging process by removing cellular waste and promoting the growth of healthy cells. Animal studies have shown that intermittent fasting can extend lifespan and delay the onset of age-related diseases such as Alzheimer's, though more research is needed to determine the full extent of these benefits in humans. Regardless, the possibility of using intermittent fasting as a tool for longevity has garnered widespread interest, particularly among those focused on wellness, biohacking, and life extension. However, Despite the growing enthusiasm around intermittent fasting, it is important to approach the practice with a critical eye. One of the major critiques of intermittent fasting is that its long-term effects are still largely unknown. While short-term studies show promising results, there is limited data on the long-term sustainability and health outcomes of intermittent fasting, particularly regarding its impact on heart health, bone density, and hormonal balance. For instance, while some studies suggest that intermittent fasting can improve cholesterol levels and reduce inflammation, others have raised concerns about its effects on women's hormonal health. Some research indicates that intermittent fasting may disrupt reproductive hormones in women, leading to irregular menstrual cycles or fertility issues. These effects may be due to hormonal fluctuations that occur in response to fasting, particularly during longer fasting periods. In addition, not everyone experiences the same benefits from intermittent fasting, and it can be challenging for certain individuals to maintain. For those with demanding work schedules, family obligations, or active lifestyles, sticking to strict fasting windows can be difficult, leading to potential disruptions in eating patterns or social interactions. Similarly, individuals with a history of eating disorders or disordered eating behaviors may find intermittent fasting triggers unhealthy habits, as the focus on restricting food intake can exacerbate pre-existing issues. For these reasons, it is important for individuals to consider their personal health history and lifestyle before adopting intermittent fasting as a long-term practice. Another factor driving the intermittent fasting trend is its prominence in social media and popular culture. Influencers, celebrities, and wellness gurus frequently tout the benefits of intermittent fasting, often pairing it with other health and fitness trends like ketogenic diets, high-intensity interval training, HIIT, and detoxification routines. Platforms like Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok have become hubs for intermittent fasting enthusiasts to share their experiences, results, and tips, further fueling the trend's popularity. This visibility has made intermittent fasting not just a health practice, but a cultural phenomenon, with a growing community of followers embracing it as a lifestyle choice. However, like many health fads, intermittent fasting's popularity has led to misinformation and oversimplification of its benefits. Some proponents claim that intermittent fasting is a cure-all for everything from obesity to cancer, despite the lack of conclusive scientific evidence to support such sweeping claims. As with any health practice, it's important for individuals to approach intermittent fasting with caution, understanding that while it may offer certain benefits, it is not a magic bullet for health and wellness. In conclusion, intermittent fasting's status as a modern fad stems from its simplicity, flexibility, and potential health benefits, particularly in weight loss, metabolic health, and longevity. However, despite the promising research, intermittent fasting is not without its challenges and risks, and its long-term effects remain an area for further study. As with any dietary trend, individuals should approach intermittent fasting thoughtfully, considering both its advantages and potential downsides before incorporating it into their lifestyle. Chapter 11. Extended Fasting, 24 hours to several days. While intermittent fasting has become widely popular, another form of fasting has also gained traction in the health and wellness community. Extended fasting, which involves abstaining from food for 24 hours or longer, sometimes even up to several days. Unlike intermittent fasting, where eating windows occur within the same day, extended fasting goes beyond typical daily cycles of eating and fasting, pushing the body into prolonged periods of calorie deprivation. This practice has both historical roots and modern-day advocates who claim it provides a unique range of benefits, from detoxification and weight loss to spiritual clarity and longevity. In this chapter, we will explore the various approaches to extended fasting, the physiological changes that occur during prolonged fasts, and the potential benefits and risks associated with this extreme form of fasting. Extended fasting can take many forms, with the 24-hour fast being one of the most accessible. This approach typically involves consuming no food for an entire day, from dinner to dinner or lunch to lunch, with only water or non-caloric beverages permitted. For many, the 24-hour fast serves as a stepping stone to longer fasts, such as the 36-hour, 48-hour, or 72-hour fasts, which are often undertaken to experience deeper metabolic and cellular benefits. Some individuals even push their fast beyond several days, with water-only fasts lasting up to a week or more, though these should be approached with caution and, ideally, medical supervision. One of the main reasons people engage in extended fasting is for its profound impact on fat loss. After 24 hours of fasting, the body exhausts its stores of glycogen, the stored form of glucose, forcing it to switch to burning fat for energy. This process, called lipolysis, leads to the production of ketones, which serve as an alternative energy source for the brain and body. For individuals seeking to lose weight, extended fasting offers a more aggressive fat-burning process compared to shorter fasting periods. In fact, some practitioners of extended fasting report significant reductions in body fat percentage, particularly in the abdominal region where visceral fat accumulates. This has made extended fasting particularly appealing to those looking to achieve rapid weight loss without relying on calorie counting or structured diets. Extended fasting also triggers powerful cellular repair mechanisms, most notably autophagy, a process that begins to intensify after around 24 hours of fasting. During autophagy, the body breaks down and recycles old, damaged cells and proteins, cleaning out cellular debris and promoting the growth of new, healthier cells. This process not only supports cellular rejuvenation, but is also believed to protect against various diseases, including cancer and neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Research into autophagy has shown that extended fasting may help remove malfunctioning mitochondria, damaged proteins, and other harmful cellular components, leading to improved overall health and a reduction in the risk of chronic disease. This has fueled interest in extended fasting as a potential anti-aging strategy, with some advocates suggesting it could delay the onset of age-related illnesses and enhance longevity. In addition to its metabolic benefits, extended fasting has a significant impact on insulin and blood sugar regulation. As fasting continues beyond 24 hours, insulin levels drop to their lowest point, allowing the body to become more insulin sensitive. For individuals struggling with insulin resistance or type 2 diabetes, extended fasting can be a powerful tool for improving blood sugar control and reducing dependence on medications. By lowering insulin levels and promoting fat burning, extended fasting also helps reduce triglyceride levels and improve overall cardiovascular health. Some studies suggest that fasting for extended periods may reduce the risk of developing heart disease by lowering cholesterol levels, blood pressure, and inflammation, all of which are major risk factors for cardiovascular conditions. Despite these potential benefits, extended fasting is not without risks, particularly when fasts last longer than 72 hours. One of the primary concerns is the risk of nutrient deficiencies and electrolyte imbalances, which can occur when the body is deprived of food for several days. Extended fasts can deplete important minerals like sodium, potassium, and magnesium, leading to symptoms like dizziness, fatigue, headaches, and in severe cases, arrhythmia, irregular heartbeat, or other cardiovascular issues. To mitigate these risks, some practitioners of extended fasting recommend consuming electrolyte supplements or adding salt to water during fasts. However, prolonged fasting without proper supervision can still be dangerous, particularly for individuals with pre-existing health conditions such as diabetes, heart disease, or kidney problems. Another concern with extended fasting is its potential impact on muscle mass. While shorter fasts typically preserve lean muscle due to the body's reliance on fat stores, extended fasting can lead to muscle breakdown, particularly if the body enters a catabolic state after several days of fasting. This is why some fasting protocols suggest incorporating resistance training or amino acid supplementation during longer fasts to help maintain muscle mass. For individuals with lower body fat percentages, the risk of muscle loss may be higher, as the body may begin to break down muscle tissue for energy once fat stores are depleted. Beyond the physical risks, extended fasting can also present psychological challenges. Going without food for several days requires significant mental discipline and resilience. While some individuals report experiencing mental clarity, focus, and even euphoria during extended fasts, others may struggle with mood swings, irritability, and feelings of deprivation. Extended fasting can also trigger disordered eating patterns in individuals prone to eating disorders or binge eating, as the cycle of extreme restriction followed by refeeding can disrupt the body's natural hunger cues. For these reasons, it's important to approach extended fasting with a balanced mindset and to avoid viewing it as a quick fix for weight loss or health concerns. Despite the potential risks, extended fasting has long been practiced for its spiritual and mental benefits. Many religious traditions, including Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and Buddhism, have used fasting as a tool for spiritual purification and mental clarity. Extended fasting allows individuals to step back from the distractions of everyday life and engage in deeper self-reflection or meditation. For some, the act of abstaining from food serves as a symbolic gesture of self-control, humility, and sacrifice, offering a way to connect more deeply with their spiritual beliefs or inner selves. In modern times, extended fasting has been embraced by individuals seeking mental clarity and emotional resilience, with some reporting that the absence of food helps them focus more acutely on their goals, intentions, and emotional well-being. As extended fasting continues to gain popularity in wellness circles, it is essential to acknowledge the importance of preparation and recovery. Fasting for several days can place significant stress on the body, so preparing for a fast with nutrient-dense meals and a gradual reduction in food intake is key to minimizing side effects. Likewise, breaking a fast should be done carefully and gradually, starting with light, easily digestible foods such as bone broth, fruit, or vegetables to avoid digestive distress. Rapidly reintroducing large meals after an extended fast can lead to refeeding syndrome, a potentially dangerous condition where the body experiences electrolyte imbalances and shifts in fluid balance after prolonged fasting. In conclusion, extended fasting offers a range of potential health benefits, from accelerated fat loss and cellular repair to enhanced insulin sensitivity and cardiovascular health. However, the practice also carries risks, particularly when fasts extend beyond 72 hours. For those considering extended fasting, it is essential to approach the practice with caution, ensuring that the body is well prepared, properly supported, and carefully monitored throughout the fasting period. While extended fasting can be a powerful tool for physical and mental well-being, it should be undertaken mindfully and with a clear understanding of its potential effects on the body. Chapter 12. Fasting for Mental and Emotional Health. While fasting is often celebrated for its physical benefits, weight loss, cellular repair, and metabolic improvements, its impact on mental and emotional health is equally significant, yet often overlooked. Throughout history, fasting has been used as a tool for achieving mental clarity, emotional stability, and even spiritual enlightenment. Ancient sages, monks, and religious figures often undertook fasting as a way to disconnect from the physical realm and connect more deeply with their inner selves or higher powers. In modern times, fasting has gained attention as a method for enhancing mental well-being, reducing stress, and improving emotional regulation. This chapter explores how fasting influences the brain, emotions, and mental clarity, examining both historical contexts and contemporary scientific research. Mental clarity and focus are among the most frequently reported benefits of fasting. Many individuals describe a heightened sense of concentration and mental sharpness during fasting periods. This effect is thought to result from the body's switch to ketosis, where the brain begins using ketones produced from fat breakdown as an alternative energy source to glucose. Ketones provide a more stable and sustained source of energy, preventing the energy crashes often caused by fluctuating blood sugar levels. As a result, fasting individuals frequently experience fewer distractions and a clearer, more focused mind. This enhanced mental clarity is one reason fasting has been embraced by those in high-performance professions or those seeking to improve their cognitive function. Historically, fasting has also been viewed as a means of clearing the mind of clutter and creating space for deep thought and reflection. In many religious traditions, fasting is used as a way to quiet the distractions of daily life, allowing practitioners to focus on prayer, meditation, or spiritual insight. The absence of food simplifies life's routine, encouraging introspection and deeper awareness of thoughts and emotions. For many, this mental clarity leads to heightened self-awareness, making fasting an effective practice for those looking to gain insight into their emotional and psychological states. However, fasting's effects on mental and emotional health are not purely mystical or spiritual. They are also grounded in science. Studies have shown that fasting has a direct impact on brain function and neurochemistry. When the body is in a fasted state, it increases the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that plays a critical role in the growth and survival of neurons. BDNF is essential for cognitive function, memory, and learning. Increased levels of BDNF are associated with improved brain plasticity, meaning the brain becomes more adaptable and better able to form new connections. This could explain why many individuals report improved learning, decision-making, and problem-solving abilities during fasting periods. In addition to boosting cognitive function, fasting has been shown to have a positive impact on mood and emotional stability. One of the reasons for this is its effect on neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, which regulate mood and reward pathways in the brain. During fasting, the body releases endorphins, which are often referred to as feel-good chemicals, leading to a natural sense of well-being and even euphoria. This surge of endorphins can improve mood, reduce feelings of stress, and enhance a general sense of calmness. Some studies have suggested that intermittent fasting or extended fasting can help reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression, though more research is needed in this area to understand the full extent of these effects. One particularly interesting aspect of fasting for mental health is its potential to improve emotional resilience. Fasting, especially extended fasting, teaches individuals to confront and manage feelings of hunger, discomfort, and cravings. By learning to sit with these physical sensations without giving in to the urge to eat, people often report an increased ability to regulate their emotions and practice self-control. This emotional discipline can extend to other areas of life, helping individuals better manage stress, anxiety, and frustration. Over time, the mental fortitude built during fasting periods can enhance an individual's emotional intelligence, allowing them to respond to difficult situations with greater calm and clarity. Fasting and stress reduction are another critical area of interest. Modern life is full of chronic stressors, from work pressures to social obligations, that can lead to elevated levels of the stress hormone cortisol. Fasting may help to lower these levels, as some studies have shown that intermittent fasting reduces oxidative stress and inflammation, both of which are linked to chronic stress. By giving the digestive system a break, fasting allows the body to focus on repairing tissues and reducing inflammation, leading to a calmer, more balanced physiological state. Additionally, by promoting autophagy and detoxification, fasting may contribute to a sense of renewal and relaxation, helping individuals feel lighter and less burdened by the demands of daily life. Beyond its effects on brain chemistry, fasting offers a psychological benefit through its ability to create space for mindfulness. Without the need to think about meals, prepare food, or eat, fasting opens up time for mental and emotional reflection. Some individuals use fasting as a means to deepen their meditation practice, finding that their minds are more open and focused during fasting periods. For those seeking emotional healing or clarity, fasting can provide a break from the external stimuli and routines that often cloud emotional awareness. In this way, fasting becomes not just a physical detox, but an emotional and mental detox as well, allowing individuals to let go of negative thought patterns or emotional baggage. However, it's important to recognize that fasting's impact on mental and emotional health is not universally positive. For some, especially those with a history of eating disorders, fasting can trigger unhealthy thoughts or behaviors around food. The psychological stress of extended fasting or the preoccupation with hunger can lead to obsessive thinking or a strained relationship with food. In these cases, fasting may exacerbate anxiety or depression rather than alleviate it. Therefore, it is crucial to approach fasting mindfully, being aware of how it affects one's mental and emotional state, and to seek professional guidance if fasting triggers negative mental health responses. In conclusion, fasting offers a unique intersection of physical, mental, and emotional benefits. From enhanced cognitive function and mental clarity to improved mood regulation and emotional resilience, fasting has profound effects on the brain and emotional well-being. Whether used for spiritual reflection, stress reduction, or mental discipline, fasting provides individuals with a powerful tool for both inner and outer transformation. As more research emerges on the psychological benefits of fasting, it is becoming increasingly clear that fasting is not just a practice for the body, but for the mind and soul as well. Chapter 13. Fasting for Weight Loss. Fasting has long been associated with weight loss, and in recent years, it has become a popular method for individuals seeking to shed excess pounds. From intermittent fasting to extended fasting, these practices are touted for their ability to create a calorie deficit, shift the body's energy use from glucose to fat, and promote fat loss, particularly around the abdominal area. While many diets focus on restricting specific food groups or counting calories, fasting offers a more straightforward approach. By simply abstaining from food for set periods, individuals can allow their bodies to naturally burn through stored fat. In this chapter, we explore the science behind fasting for weight loss, the different fasting protocols, and both the benefits and potential challenges of fasting as a weight loss strategy. One of the primary reasons fasting is effective for weight loss is its ability to induce a calorie deficit. Simply put, when you fast, you consume fewer calories than you burn, leading to weight loss over time. Intermittent fasting, IF, which alternates between periods of eating and fasting, has gained immense popularity as a weight loss tool. Protocols such as 16-8 fasting, where individuals fast for 16 hours and eat within an 8-hour window, allow people to reduce their overall calorie intake without focusing on specific foods or counting calories. By narrowing the window in which you eat, intermittent fasting naturally limits the opportunity for excessive snacking and overeating, leading to a reduction in daily calorie consumption. However, the effectiveness of fasting for weight loss goes beyond mere calorie restriction. Fasting also triggers a series of hormonal changes that make the body more efficient at burning fat. One key hormone involved in this process is insulin. After eating, insulin levels rise to help the body store glucose from food as glycogen in the liver and muscles. When insulin levels are high, fat burning is inhibited as the body prioritizes using glucose for energy. During fasting, insulin levels drop significantly, allowing the body to shift its energy source from glucose to stored fat. This process, known as lipolysis, allows fat to be broken down into fatty acids and converted into ketones, which the body can use for energy. The reduction in insulin levels during fasting not only promotes fat burning, but also improves insulin sensitivity, making it easier for the body to regulate blood sugar levels in the long term. Growth hormone is another important factor in fasting's impact on weight loss. Fasting leads to a natural increase in human growth hormone, HGH, which helps protect lean muscle mass while promoting fat loss. Growth hormone plays a critical role in maintaining muscle tissue and supporting the body's ability to burn fat. By increasing HGH levels, fasting helps ensure that the body burns fat for fuel while preserving muscle mass, a crucial factor in achieving sustainable weight loss. For individuals looking to lose weight without losing muscle, fasting can offer a more balanced approach compared to traditional calorie restriction diets that often lead to muscle breakdown. Another reason fasting has gained popularity as a weight loss tool is its ability to promote fat loss in stubborn areas, particularly visceral fat. Visceral fat, the fat stored around internal organs in the abdominal cavity, is not only difficult to lose, but is also associated with an increased risk of heart disease, diabetes, and metabolic syndrome. Studies have shown that intermittent fasting can help reduce visceral fat more effectively than traditional dieting methods. By reducing insulin levels and triggering fat burning, fasting targets these deeper fat stores, which are often the last to be affected by conventional dieting. In addition to its effects on fat metabolism, fasting can also help regulate hunger hormones such as ghrelin and leptin. Ghrelin, often referred to as the hunger hormone, increases before meals and signals to the brain that it's time to eat. During fasting, ghrelin levels rise, but over time, the body adapts, and ghrelin production stabilizes, leading to reduced hunger during fasting periods. Similarly, fasting helps regulate leptin, the hormone responsible for signaling fullness. In individuals who are overweight or obese, leptin resistance often occurs, meaning the brain no longer receives the correct signals from leptin to stop eating. Fasting has been shown to improve leptin sensitivity, allowing the body to better regulate hunger and satiety, which can lead to long-term weight management. One popular variation of fasting for weight loss is alternate day fasting, IDF, where individuals alternate between days of normal eating and days of restricted caloric intake, often limiting food consumption to around 500 to 600 calories on fasting days. Research suggests that alternate day fasting can lead to significant weight loss while preserving lean body mass. Unlike continuous calorie restriction, which can slow down metabolism, alternate day fasting helps maintain metabolic rate and prevents the body from entering starvation mode, where it conserves energy and reduces the rate of fat burning. As a result, individuals practicing ADF may experience more sustained weight loss without the negative side effects of slowed metabolism. Another approach to fasting for weight loss is prolonged fasting, where individuals fast for 24 hours or more, often with the goal of achieving deeper fat loss and metabolic benefits. Prolonged fasting forces the body to rely entirely on fat stores for energy, particularly after glycogen stores are depleted. While some advocates of prolonged fasting claim it offers faster and more significant weight loss, this approach can be more challenging to maintain and may increase the risk of nutrient deficiencies, dehydration, or muscle loss if not properly managed. For this reason, prolonged fasting is generally recommended for shorter durations and under medical supervision for those attempting fasts of several days or more. Despite the effectiveness of fasting for weight loss, it's important to recognize that fasting is not a magic solution, and its success depends on what happens during eating periods. A common pitfall is the tendency to overeat or binge during eating windows, particularly after long fasting periods. This can lead to consuming more calories than needed, negating the calorie deficit created during fasting. To maximize the benefits of fasting for weight loss, it is crucial to maintain a balanced, nutrient-dense diet during eating periods. This means focusing on whole foods, lean proteins, healthy fats, fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, rather than processed foods high in sugar and unhealthy fats, which can cause insulin spikes and counteract the fat-burning effects of fasting. In addition to physical benefits, fasting for weight loss can also have psychological advantages. Many individuals report feeling a sense of freedom from the constant focus on food and dieting. Fasting allows for a break from the rigid structure of meal planning, calorie counting, or portion control, which can lead to a healthier relationship with food. By eating within a restricted window or alternating between fasting and feeding days, individuals often feel more in control of their eating habits and less tempted by impulsive snacking or emotional eating. This can create a positive feedback loop where the simplicity of fasting fosters better long-term dietary habits, making it easier to maintain a healthy weight. However, fasting for weight loss is not without challenges. Prolonged fasting or extreme calorie restriction can lead to fatigue, irritability, dizziness, or dehydration, particularly if proper hydration and nutrient intake are not maintained. Additionally, individuals with pre-existing health conditions such as diabetes, eating disorders, or hypoglycemia should approach fasting with caution and consult with a healthcare professional before starting a fasting regimen. It's also important to recognize that fasting may not be suitable for everyone, and the best approach to weight loss is one that is sustainable, healthy, and balanced. In conclusion, fasting has emerged as a powerful tool for weight loss, offering a range of metabolic and hormonal benefits that support fat burning and help individuals achieve their weight loss goals. From intermittent fasting to prolonged fasting, these methods allow the body to tap into its fat stores and regulate hunger hormones, creating a more efficient and sustainable approach to weight management. However, fasting should be approached mindfully, with attention to the quality of food consumed during eating windows and an awareness of individual health needs. When done correctly, fasting for weight loss can lead to lasting results, not only for the body, but for the mind as well. Chapter 14: Potential Risks and Dangers of Fasting. Fasting has gained widespread attention for its benefits, including weight loss, improved metabolic health, and even longevity. However, like any dietary practice, fasting is not without its risks and potential dangers. While many individuals experience positive outcomes, fasting can pose serious health concerns if not approached mindfully, particularly for those with underlying health conditions or those who follow extreme fasting regimens. In this chapter, we will explore the potential risks of fasting, from nutrient deficiencies and metabolic issues to psychological impacts, and examine the individuals for whom fasting may be inappropriate. One of the primary risks associated with fasting is nutrient deficiency. Extended fasting or frequent intermittent fasting without careful planning can lead to a lack of essential vitamins and minerals, particularly if the individual's diet during eating periods is not nutritionally balanced. Vitamins such as B12, vitamin D, iron, calcium, and magnesium can be depleted if fasting periods are long and the meals consumed between fasts are not nutrient-dense. A diet lacking in essential nutrients can lead to a range of health issues, including anemia, bone density loss, muscle weakness, and impaired cognitive function. For this reason, it is critical for those practicing fasting to ensure that they are eating a well-rounded diet, rich in whole foods, during their eating windows. Another risk of fasting is hypoglycemia, or low blood sugar levels, particularly for individuals who have conditions such as diabetes or insulin resistance. Fasting can cause blood sugar levels to drop, especially during longer fasting periods, leading to symptoms such as dizziness, fatigue, irritability, headaches, and even fainting. For diabetics, the dangers of hypoglycemia are particularly pronounced as their bodies may not be able to regulate blood sugar effectively. Those taking medications to manage blood sugar levels should approach fasting with caution and consult a healthcare professional before embarking on a fasting regimen. In some cases, fasting may need to be adjusted or avoided altogether to prevent dangerous fluctuations in blood sugar. Dehydration is another common risk associated with fasting, particularly during longer fasts. Many individuals mistakenly believe that fasting only involves abstaining from food, but adequate hydration is crucial to maintaining overall health during a fast. Without proper water intake, fasting can lead to dehydration, which in turn causes symptoms such as fatigue, headaches, constipation, and dizziness. In severe cases, dehydration can result in kidney problems and electrolyte imbalances, which can be life-threatening if not addressed. It is essential to drink plenty of water throughout the fasting period and to consider replenishing electrolytes such as sodium, potassium, and magnesium, especially during extended fasts. For individuals with a history of eating disorders, fasting can be particularly dangerous. Fasting requires a significant amount of self-control and discipline around food, which can trigger unhealthy thoughts or behaviors in those prone to disordered eating. Individuals who struggle with binge eating disorder, BED, anorexia, or bulimia may find that fasting exacerbates their symptoms, leading to cycles of extreme restriction followed by binge eating or compulsive overeating during eating windows. Additionally, fasting can lead to a preoccupation with food where individuals obsess over meal timing, caloric intake, and hunger cues, creating a negative psychological relationship with eating. For these reasons, fasting is generally not recommended for individuals with active eating disorders or those recovering from them. Fasting can also have significant impacts on the thyroid and metabolic function, particularly when fasting periods are prolonged or frequent. The thyroid gland plays a critical role in regulating metabolism, and some studies suggest that prolonged fasting can lead to a slowed metabolism. When the body enters a fasted state, it may initially burn fat for fuel, but over time, it may also slow down its metabolic rate to conserve energy, particularly if fasting is combined with caloric restriction. This metabolic slowdown can make it harder to lose weight and, in some cases, may lead to weight gain once normal eating patterns are resumed. For individuals with hypothyroidism or other thyroid-related conditions, fasting may further disrupt thyroid function and exacerbate symptoms such as fatigue, cold intolerance, and weight fluctuations. One of the lesser-known risks of fasting is the potential for muscle loss, particularly during prolonged fasts or extreme caloric restriction. While fasting encourages the body to burn fat for fuel, it can also lead to the breakdown of lean muscle tissue, especially if protein intake is insufficient. Muscle mass is crucial for maintaining metabolic health, physical strength, and overall vitality, and significant muscle loss can have long-term consequences on an individual's health and fitness. To mitigate this risk, it is important to consume adequate amounts of protein during eating periods, engage in regular strength training exercises, and avoid excessively long fasts that deplete muscle tissue. In addition to physical risks, fasting can have significant psychological impacts. For some individuals, fasting can lead to irritability, anxiety, or mood swings, particularly if they are not accustomed to prolonged periods without food. This is often due to fluctuations in blood sugar levels and the body's stress response to hunger. Additionally, individuals who rely on food as a source of a comfort or stress relief may find that fasting triggers emotional discomfort, or heightened stress. In severe cases, fasting can contribute to depression or social isolation, as individuals may avoid social gatherings or meals with family and friends due to their fasting schedule. For those with underlying mental health conditions, fasting should be approached with caution, as it can exacerbate existing emotional or psychological issues. While fasting can have numerous health benefits, it is essential to recognize that not all individuals are suited to fasting, particularly those with specific medical conditions. Individuals with heart disease, liver disease, or kidney disease should consult a healthcare provider before fasting, as prolonged fasting can place additional strain on these organs. Pregnant or breastfeeding women should also avoid fasting, as their nutritional needs are higher during these life stages, and fasting can interfere with the intake of essential nutrients for both mother and child. Additionally, individuals on certain medications, such as blood pressure or blood thinning medications, should be cautious, as fasting can affect how medications are absorbed and processed by the body. In some cases, fasting may lead to the dangerous condition of refeeding syndrome, particularly after extended periods of fasting. Refeeding syndrome occurs when food is reintroduced too quickly after prolonged fasting, leading to a sudden influx of nutrients that the body is not prepared to handle. This can cause a dangerous drop in electrolytes, such as phosphate, and lead to complications including heart failure, seizures, and respiratory failure. To prevent refeeding syndrome, it is important to reintroduce food gradually after long fasts, focusing on small, nutrient-dense meals that allow the body to adjust to eating again. In conclusion, while fasting can offer numerous health benefits, it is essential to be aware of the potential risks and dangers, especially for individuals with pre-existing health conditions or those following extreme fasting protocols. Nutrient deficiencies, hypoglycemia, dehydration, muscle loss, and psychological impacts are all potential concerns, and fasting should always be approached with caution and care. For many, working with a healthcare provider or nutritionist can help ensure that fasting is done safely and effectively, allowing individuals to reap the benefits while minimizing the risks. Chapter 15: The Longest Recorded Fast in History. One of the most fascinating stories in the history of fasting involves Angus Barbieri, a Scottish man who holds the record for the longest medically supervised fast. Between June 1965 and July 1966, Barbieri fasted for an incredible 382 days in an effort to combat his obesity. During this time, he consumed only water, tea, coffee, and occasional small amounts of electrolytes, completely abstaining from solid food. His fast remains one of the most extreme examples of prolonged fasting ever recorded, shedding light on both the human body's incredible capacity for adaptation and the risks associated with such an extreme practice. At the beginning of his fast, Barbieri weighed 456 pounds, 207 kilograms, and by the end, he had reduced his weight to a remarkable 180 pounds, 82 kilograms. Under the careful supervision of doctors at the Maryfield Hospital in Dundee, Scotland, Barbieri's health was closely monitored, and he was given regular blood tests to ensure he was receiving sufficient nutrients to avoid critical deficiencies. Despite the extended duration of his fast, Barbieri's doctors reported that he remained in relatively good health throughout the process, and his ability to function normally surprised many in the medical community. Barbieri's fast began when he sought help for his obesity, which was causing him numerous health issues. At the time, therapeutic fasting was sometimes recommended as a treatment for obesity, though usually for much shorter periods. Barbieri himself initially intended only to fast for a short duration, but found that his body adapted well to fasting, and his hunger diminished over time. Encouraged by his progress and the medical supervision he received, Barbieri continued his fast for over a year. defying conventional expectations about how long a person can survive without food. While Barbieri's success is remarkable, his fast raises important questions about the risks associated with prolonged fasting. Extended fasting can lead to dangerous side effects, including malnutrition, electrolyte imbalances, and organ damage. Although Barbieri's body adapted well to the fast, not everyone's body would respond in the same way. His case highlights the importance of medical supervision in any long-term fasting endeavor and serves as a reminder that extreme fasting should not be attempted without proper oversight. During his fast, Barbieri's body relied heavily on stored fat for energy, a process known as ketosis. In ketosis, the liver breaks down fat into ketones, which the body can use for energy in the absence of glucose from food. Barbieri's ability to sustain himself for so long without eating demonstrates the human body's remarkable ability to survive on stored fat for extended periods. However, it also underscores the necessity of maintaining adequate hydration and electrolyte levels, as deficiencies in these areas can quickly lead to life-threatening complications. At the end of his fast, Barbieri's health had improved significantly, and he was able to maintain his weight loss with a balanced diet. His story remains a unique case in medical history, often cited in discussions of the limits of fasting and the human body's capacity to adapt to extreme conditions. However, his case should not be seen as a recommendation for others to undertake prolonged fasting without the proper medical support. Even though Barbieri emerged from the experience healthier, the risks of such an extreme approach to fasting cannot be overstated. Barbieri's record-breaking fast also provides insight into the psychological aspects of fasting. For many, fasting is as much a mental challenge as it is a physical one, requiring significant discipline, focus, and commitment. In interviews after his fast, Barbieri stated that he often felt hungry in the early days, but that his hunger gradually subsided, allowing him to continue his fast without constant discomfort. This shift in the experience of hunger, which is common in extended fasting, suggests that the mind can adapt to periods of deprivation, allowing individuals to push through the physical and emotional challenges of fasting. The case of Angus Barbieri is not the only example of prolonged fasting, but it remains the most extreme. His story has been featured in medical journals and is frequently cited in discussions of the limits of human endurance. While other individuals have fasted for long periods, none have matched the 382 days that Barbieri went without food. His experience raises important ethical and medical questions about the limits of fasting and the need for caution when undertaking extreme dietary practices. In conclusion, the story of Angus Barbieri's 382-day fast is both extraordinary and instructive. While his achievement demonstrates the human body's incredible resilience and capacity for fat metabolism, it also highlights the serious risks associated with long-term fasting. Prolonged fasting, especially without medical supervision, can lead to severe health complications, and Barbieri's success should not be seen as encouragement for others to attempt similar feats. Nonetheless, his story remains a testament to the power of determination and the body's ability to adapt in extreme conditions, leaving a lasting legacy in the history of fasting. Chapter 16: Fasting and Political and Social Movements. Fasting has long been a powerful tool in political and social movements, serving as a nonviolent form of protest and a way to draw attention to causes ranging from civil rights to independence movements. The act of deliberately abstaining from food as a form of resistance or solidarity has played a significant role in shaping political landscapes and influencing public opinion. In this chapter, we will explore the history of fasting in political movements, focusing on notable figures and movements that have used fasting as a means of challenging authority, advocating for social justice, and calling for political reform. One of the most famous examples of fasting as a political tool is Mahatma Gandhi's use of hunger strikes during India's struggle for independence from British colonial rule. Gandhi believed that fasting was a form of satyagraha, or nonviolent resistance, where the protester engages in self-suffering to appeal to the moral conscience of the oppressor. Throughout his life, Gandhi undertook numerous fasts to protest against violence, injustice, and political oppression. His longest fast, which lasted for 21 days in 1924, was undertaken to promote Hindu-Muslim unity during a time of religious conflict. Gandhi's fasts were widely covered by the press and helped galvanize support for India's independence movement while also emphasizing the moral authority of nonviolence. Gandhi's fasts were not only acts of personal discipline, but also symbolic gestures that conveyed a powerful message to both the British colonial government and his own followers. By subjecting his body to suffering, Gandhi demonstrated his commitment to the cause of independence and the principle of nonviolence. His fasts often placed intense political pressure on the British government, as they feared the international outcry that would result if Gandhi were to die while fasting. Through his hunger strikes, Gandhi was able to draw attention to critical issues such as religious tolerance, caste discrimination, and the exploitation of India's rural poor, making fasting an integral part of his strategy for political change. Similarly, fasting has played a crucial role in the struggle for Irish independence. One of the most notable examples is the case of Bobby Sands, a member of the Irish Republican Army, IRA, who led a hunger strike in 1981 while imprisoned in Northern Ireland. Sands and his fellow hunger strikers demanded to be recognized as political prisoners rather than common criminals. Their fasts were a protest against the British government's refusal to grant them special privileges, including the right to wear their own clothes and abstain from prison work. Sands's hunger strike lasted for 66 days, during which time he died, making him a martyr for the cause of Irish republicanism. Sands's death, along with the deaths of 9 other hunger strikers, had a profound impact on public opinion, both in Ireland and internationally. The hunger strike drew significant media attention and spurred protests and demonstrations in support of the prisoners. Although the British government did not immediately grant the hunger strikers' demands, Sands's sacrifice and the subsequent attention to the cause helped shift the political landscape in Northern Ireland, eventually contributing to the peace process years later. Sands's fast is an example of how fasting as a form of protest can elicit both emotional and political responses, highlighting the power of self-sacrifice in the pursuit of justice. Fasting has also been a tool in the American civil rights movement. Cesar Chavez, the labor leader and civil rights activist, used fasting to promote the rights of farm workers and draw attention to their exploitation. Chavez's longest fast lasted for 25 days in 1968 and was conducted to reaffirm his commitment to nonviolence in the struggle for better working conditions and wages for farm laborers. His fast was a turning point in the United Farm Workers (UFW) movement, inspiring both his followers and the broader public. Chavez viewed fasting as a way to purify himself spiritually and to strengthen the resolve of the movement. His fast drew attention to the plight of migrant workers and helped mobilize support for the UFW's Great Boycott, one of the most successful labor strikes in American history. Fasting as a political tool has also been seen in the fight for women's suffrage. In the early 20th century, suffragettes in the United Kingdom and the United States used hunger strikes to protest their imprisonment and the denial of their voting rights. One of the most famous suffragettes, Emmeline Pankhurst, and her followers in the Women's Social and Political Union, WSPU, engaged in hunger strikes after being imprisoned for their militant tactics in the struggle for women's suffrage. The British government responded with force feeding, a brutal and dangerous procedure that involved inserting a tube into the stomach through the nose or mouth to administer liquid food. The public outcry against force-feeding helped garner sympathy for the suffragettes and increase pressure on the government to grant women the right to vote. In more recent times, fasting has been used as a form of protest by environmental activists and those advocating for climate action. For example, Greta Thunberg, the Swedish climate activist, has drawn on fasting as a symbolic gesture in her fight against global warming. While not necessarily undergoing prolonged hunger strikes, Thunberg and other climate activists have embraced fasting as part of larger protests to highlight the urgency of the climate crisis and the need for immediate political action. The use of fasting in political and social movements raises important questions about the power of self-sacrifice and the role of the body in acts of resistance. Fasting taps into deeply emotional and spiritual dimensions, making it a highly visible and often persuasive form of protest. It serves as a way for individuals to demonstrate their commitment to a cause by undergoing personal suffering, thus appealing to the moral consciousness of both the oppressors and the wider public. While fasting as a political tool can be effective, it also comes with risks. Prolonged hunger strikes can lead to serious health complications, including organ failure and death. In many cases, those who fast for political reasons are fully aware of the potential consequences, but see their personal sacrifice as necessary for the greater good. Hunger strikes often place governments in a difficult position, forcing them to choose between meeting the demands of the protesters or risking the fallout from a death, which can galvanize support for the cause. In conclusion, fasting has been a powerful and enduring method of protest in political and social movements throughout history. Whether used by individuals like Mahatma Gandhi, Bobby Sands, or Cesar Chavez, or by groups like the suffragettes and environmental activists, fasting has served as a form of nonviolent resistance that amplifies the voices of the oppressed and challenges the status quo. Though the risks are great, the moral and symbolic power of fasting continues to resonate in contemporary struggles for justice, equality, and human rights. Chapter 17. Fasting in the Age of Biohacking. Fasting has evolved beyond its traditional roles in religious, cultural, and political contexts and has become an important part of the modern biohacking movement. In the age of biohacking, fasting is viewed not only as a way to achieve physical health and wellness, but as a tool for optimizing human performance, longevity, and cognitive function. The intersection of science, technology, and personal experimentation has led to a resurgence of interest in fasting as a method of hacking the body's natural systems to enhance health and vitality. Biohacking refers to the practice of using science, technology, and personal experimentation to optimize physical and mental performance. Biohackers seek to take control of their biology through practices like tracking health data, using supplements, and manipulating diet. Among these practices, fasting has emerged as a popular method for biohackers who want to push the boundaries of health and performance. Fasting, particularly intermittent fasting, has gained widespread attention for its potential benefits, which include fat loss, improved metabolism, enhanced cognitive function, and even anti-aging effects. One of the most prominent advocates of fasting in the biohacking community is Dave Asprey, the founder of Bulletproof and a pioneer in modern biohacking culture. Asprey has promoted the use of intermittent fasting as a way to improve mental clarity and energy levels. His popular Bulletproof diet encourages periods of fasting combined with specific dietary guidelines to optimize fat burning and brain function. According to Asprey and other biohackers, fasting triggers processes such as autophagy, a cellular cleanup mechanism that helps the body eliminate damaged cells and regenerate new ones, which can lead to increased longevity and protection against disease. Another key figure in the biohacking world, Dr. Rhonda Patrick, has extensively researched the effects of fasting on the body, particularly in terms of its ability to activate mitochondrial function and promote cellular repair. Biohackers like Patrick focus on the science behind fasting, highlighting how it influences the body's metabolic pathways and contributes to better health outcomes. For instance, fasting can lead to ketosis, where the body uses stored fat for energy instead of glucose, which is believed to improve fat loss and metabolic flexibility. Fasting's appeal in the biohacking world is largely due to its ability to tap into the body's evolutionary mechanisms. Biohackers argue that, for most of human history, food was not as readily available as it is today, and our bodies are biologically adapted to periods of fasting. By mimicking these evolutionary conditions, biohackers believe they can unlock the body's natural ability to heal, repair, and optimize itself. This evolutionary perspective is a key factor in the popularity of intermittent fasting, prolonged fasting, and time-restricted eating among biohackers. The biohacking community has also embraced fasting for its potential neuroprotective benefits. Research suggests that fasting may enhance brain function by increasing the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports the growth of new neurons and helps protect against neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Many biohackers use fasting as part of their routine to sharpen mental focus, enhance creativity, and improve cognitive longevity. They often pair fasting with other practices like nootropics, substances that enhance cognitive function, to maximize mental performance. Fasting in the age of biohacking is also closely tied to the pursuit of longevity. One of the primary goals of biohackers is to extend lifespan while maintaining health and vitality. Dr. Walter Longo, a leading researcher in the field of aging, has explored the impact of fasting on longevity through his research on fasting mimicking diets, FMDs. Longo's research shows that short periods of fasting can trigger processes that protect against aging, such as reducing inflammation, improving insulin sensitivity, and promoting autophagy. Many biohackers have adopted these fasting protocols in the hope of delaying the aging process and preventing age-related diseases. Beyond the physical benefits, biohackers are also interested in the mental and emotional aspects of fasting. Fasting is seen as a way to build discipline, increase self-awareness, and improve emotional resilience. For many, fasting represents a form of mind-body control, where the ability to abstain from food is a testament to one's mastery over their biology and impulses. This mental toughness is an important aspect of biohacking culture, where individuals strive to push their limits and test the boundaries of what the body and mind can achieve. Technology plays a crucial role in modern fasting practices within the biohacking community. Wearable devices, apps, and continuous glucose monitors allow biohackers to track their fasting progress, monitor blood sugar levels, and gather data on their metabolic health. Tools like the Zero Fasting app, developed by entrepreneur and biohacker Kevin Rose, have gained popularity for helping individuals track their fasting windows and better understand their body's response to different fasting protocols. These technologies provide biohackers with real-time data that helps them optimize their fasting practice and adjust it based on their personal health goals. Fasting in the biohacking movement is also characterized by its customization. Biohackers experiment with various fasting regimens, from traditional intermittent fasting schedules like the 16-to-8 method, 16 hours of fasting with an 8-hour eating window, to more extreme approaches like alternate day fasting or multi-day water fasts. They often tailor their fasting protocols to their specific goals, whether that be fat loss, muscle gain, enhanced mental clarity, or improved metabolic health. The flexibility and adaptability of fasting make it a versatile tool in the biohacker's toolkit. In conclusion, fasting in the age of biohacking represents a fusion of ancient practices with modern science and technology. Biohackers view fasting as a powerful way to take control of their biology, enhance performance, and potentially extend life. Through the use of fasting, combined with data-driven insights and a deep understanding of human physiology, biohackers aim to push the limits of human potential, unlocking the secrets to better health, sharper minds, and longer lives. As the biohacking movement continues to grow, fasting will remain a central practice, with ongoing research and experimentation revealing new insights into its benefits and potential risks. Chapter 18: Fasting Mimicking Diets and New Trends. As the science behind fasting continues to advance, new approaches have emerged that seek to capture the benefits of fasting without requiring complete abstinence from food. One of the most notable developments is the rise of fasting mimicking diets, FMDs, a dietary protocol that allows individuals to consume small amounts of specific foods while still triggering many of the metabolic benefits of traditional fasting. This chapter explores the concept of fasting mimicking diets, their scientific foundation, and other emerging trends in the world of fasting. The idea behind fasting mimicking diets is rooted in the research of Dr. Valter Longo, a leading figure in the field of aging and longevity. Longo's research at the University of Southern California has shown that fasting triggers a range of beneficial processes in the body, such as reducing inflammation, improving insulin sensitivity, and promoting autophagy, the body's natural cellular repair mechanism. However, prolonged fasting can be difficult for many people to adhere to and may pose health risks, particularly for those with certain medical conditions. To address this, Longo developed the fasting mimicking diet, which replicates the benefits of fasting while allowing for the consumption of limited calories. A fasting mimicking diet typically involves consuming about 500 to 800 calories per day for a period of 5 days, with the macronutrient composition carefully designed to keep the body in a fasting-like state. The diet is high in healthy fats, low in carbohydrates, and includes moderate amounts of plant-based protein. This composition is meant to trick the body into thinking it is fasting, thereby inducing the same beneficial metabolic effects, such as ketosis and autophagy, without the need for complete food deprivation. Longo's research suggests that following this diet periodically, about once every few months, can help reduce risk factors for aging and age-related diseases, improve immune function, and support weight loss. The Prolon fasting mimicking diet, a commercially available version of Longo's protocol, has gained popularity among those looking to achieve the benefits of fasting in a more manageable way. Prolon consists of prepackaged meals, including soups, energy bars, and snacks made from plant-based ingredients that are specifically formulated to mimic the fasting state. Studies have shown that following the Prolon diet can lead to weight loss, improved cardiovascular health, and better metabolic markers such as reduced blood sugar and cholesterol levels. This diet appeals to individuals who want the health benefits of fasting but find it challenging to completely abstain from food. Beyond fasting mimicking diets, other trends are emerging that take a more flexible approach to fasting. One such trend is the concept of modified fasting, which allows for the consumption of certain foods and beverages that do not significantly raise insulin levels or disrupt ketosis. For example, bulletproof coffee, a popular beverage in the biohacking community, is often consumed during intermittent fasting periods. This coffee, made with grass-fed butter and medium-chain triglyceride MCT oil, provides energy and suppresses hunger without breaking the fast in a metabolic sense, allowing individuals to continue burning fat for fuel. This kind of modified fasting has gained traction as a way to make fasting more sustainable while still reaping some of its benefits. Another trend in the fasting world is the growing popularity of time-restricted eating, TRE, a more flexible form of intermittent fasting. In time-restricted eating, individuals limit their food intake to a specific window of time each day, typically 8 to 12 hours, and fast for the remainder of the day. Unlike traditional fasting, where individuals may abstain from food for 24 hours or more, time-restricted eating allows for daily meals but within a shortened time frame. Research on time-restricted eating has shown that it can improve metabolic health, regulate circadian rhythms, and support weight loss, making it an attractive option for those seeking the benefits of fasting without the strict rules. The 16 to 8 method, one of the most common forms of time-restricted eating, involves fasting for 16 hours and eating within an 8-hour window. This method has gained significant popularity due to its simplicity and adaptability. Many individuals find it easier to skip breakfast and begin their first meal around midday, then finish their eating window by early evening. Studies suggest that time-restricted eating can help reduce body fat, improve insulin sensitivity, and lower the risk of chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. As the science of fasting continues to evolve, personalized fasting protocols are also becoming more common. With advancements in health tracking technology, such as continuous glucose monitors and wearable devices, individuals can now tailor their fasting routines based on their unique metabolic responses. This level of personalization allows people to experiment with different fasting lengths, eating windows, and food choices to find what works best for their bodies and health goals. The ability to monitor real-time data has made fasting more accessible and customizable, aligning with the broader trend of individualized health optimization. In addition to fasting mimicking diets and time-restricted eating, there is also a growing interest in the use of supplements and functional foods to enhance fasting's effects. For instance, biohackers and wellness enthusiasts often incorporate exogenous ketones, electrolyte supplements, and herbal teas into their fasting regimens to support energy levels and promote ketosis. These products are designed to make fasting more comfortable and effective by minimizing the side effects of fasting, such as fatigue, brain fog, and electrolyte imbalances. A notable new trend in the fasting landscape is the rise of fasting retreats. These retreats offer individuals the opportunity to undergo supervised fasts in a supportive environment, often in conjunction with wellness practices like yoga, meditation, and detoxification protocols. Fasting retreats cater to those who want to disconnect from their daily routines and focus on their health, using fasting as a tool for rejuvenation and healing. Participants in these retreats often engage in extended fasts lasting several days under medical supervision with the goal of resetting their metabolism, improving digestion, and experiencing mental clarity. Fasting trends are also extending into the world of sports and athletic performance. Athletes and fitness enthusiasts are experimenting with fasting protocols like fasted workouts to improve fat oxidation and metabolic efficiency. Fasting before exercise, particularly endurance exercise, is believed to enhance the body's ability to burn fat for fuel and improve overall endurance. While the effects of fasting on athletic performance are still being studied, many athletes are incorporating fasting into their training regimens to optimize their body's metabolic flexibility. In conclusion, fasting has evolved beyond its traditional roots and is now at the forefront of new dietary trends and biohacking strategies. Fasting mimicking diets offer a practical alternative to prolonged fasting, allowing individuals to experience the benefits of fasting without the need for complete food abstinence. Meanwhile, time-restricted eating, personalized fasting protocols, and supplements are making fasting more accessible and tailored to individual health goals. As research on fasting continues to grow, new trends and innovations are likely to emerge, pushing the boundaries of what fasting can achieve in the realms of health, performance, and longevity. Chapter 19: Fasting in Medicine and Therapeutics. In recent years, fasting has made its way into the field of medicine, emerging as a powerful therapeutic tool for treating various conditions and promoting overall health. While fasting has long been used in religious and cultural practices, Modern science has begun to uncover its potential medical applications, leading to new interest in its use in both preventative healthcare and treatment protocols. This chapter explores how fasting is being applied in medicine and therapeutics, ranging from its use in treating chronic diseases to its role in supporting cancer treatments and improving metabolic health. One of the most widely researched therapeutic applications of fasting is its role in treating metabolic diseases such as type 2 diabetes, obesity, and cardiovascular diseases. These conditions are often driven by poor metabolic health, characterized by insulin resistance, chronic inflammation, and excessive fat accumulation. Fasting, particularly intermittent fasting and time-restricted eating, has been shown to improve insulin sensitivity, reduce inflammation, and promote fat loss, making it an effective strategy for managing and even reversing metabolic disorders. Studies suggest that fasting can help lower blood sugar levels, improve cholesterol profiles, and reduce blood pressure, offering a non-pharmacological approach to managing these common health issues. For individuals with type 2 diabetes, intermittent fasting can lead to significant improvements in blood glucose control. By extending the period during which the body is not consuming food, fasting allows insulin levels to drop, giving the body time to reset its sensitivity to insulin. Research has shown that fasting can reduce hemoglobin A1C levels, a marker of long-term blood sugar control, and may even allow some patients to reduce or eliminate their need for diabetes medications. However, fasting protocols for diabetics must be carefully monitored by healthcare professionals to avoid the risk of hypoglycemia, dangerously low blood sugar levels, particularly for those on insulin or glucose-lowering medications. In addition to metabolic diseases, fasting is being explored as a complementary therapy for cancer treatment. Research led by Dr. Walter Longo has shown that short-term fasting or fasting mimicking diets may enhance the effectiveness of chemotherapy while protecting healthy cells from its toxic effects. This phenomenon, known as differential stress resistance, occurs because healthy cells enter a protective, low-energy state during fasting, while cancer cells, which rely on constant glucose and nutrients for their rapid growth, become more vulnerable to the effects of chemotherapy. Early clinical trials have demonstrated that patients who fast before chemotherapy experience fewer side effects such as nausea and fatigue, and may also see improved treatment outcomes. Another promising area of fasting research is its use in neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Fasting, especially periodic fasting, has been shown to trigger autophagy, a process by which the body removes damaged cells and proteins, including those implicated in neurodegenerative diseases. Animal studies have suggested that fasting may protect against the accumulation of misfolded proteins in the brain, which are characteristic of these conditions. Moreover, fasting may stimulate the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports the growth and maintenance of neurons, potentially slowing cognitive decline and promoting brain health in aging populations. In the realm of autoimmune diseases, fasting is being investigated as a way to modulate the immune system and reduce inflammation. Autoimmune conditions such as rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, and lupus are characterized by an overactive immune response that attacks the body's own tissues. Fasting has been shown to decrease pro-inflammatory markers and may help reset the immune system, reducing the severity of autoimmune attacks. Some studies have even suggested that fasting can promote the regeneration of immune cells, particularly after prolonged fasting periods. While research in this area is still emerging, fasting represents a potential non-drug treatment option for managing autoimmune conditions. In the context of gastrointestinal health, fasting is increasingly being used as a therapeutic tool for conditions like irritable bowel syndrome, IBS, inflammatory bowel disease, IBD, and gastric ulcers. By giving the digestive system a rest, fasting allows the gut lining to repair itself and may help reduce inflammation and symptoms in patients with these conditions. Moreover, fasting has been shown to improve the diversity and health of the gut microbiome, the trillions of bacteria living in the intestines that play a crucial role in digestion, immunity, and overall health. A balanced and diverse microbiome is essential for gut health, and fasting can help create an environment that supports beneficial bacteria while reducing harmful ones. Fasting is also gaining attention in the field of mental health as a potential adjunct therapy for conditions such as depression, anxiety, and mood disorders. Emerging research suggests that fasting may improve mood and mental clarity by promoting the production of ketones, which are an alternative fuel source for the brain. Ketones have been shown to have neuroprotective effects and may help improve cognitive function and emotional resilience. Additionally, fasting has been linked to increased production of serotonin and dopamine, neurotransmitters that play a key role in regulating mood and emotions. For individuals with mood disorders, fasting may offer a novel approach to managing symptoms alongside traditional therapies. In the field of longevity medicine, fasting is being explored as a potential strategy for slowing the aging process and extending lifespan. Animal studies have shown that intermittent fasting and caloric restriction can increase lifespan by promoting cellular repair processes and reducing oxidative stress. Fasting also activates genes associated with longevity, such as sirtuins, which help protect cells from damage and promote healthy aging. While human studies on fasting and longevity are still in their early stages, the evidence from animal research suggests that periodic fasting could play a role in delaying age-related diseases and promoting healthy aging. One of the more recent innovations in therapeutic fasting is the concept of personalized fasting regimens. With advances in precision medicine, healthcare providers can now tailor fasting protocols to individual patients based on their genetic makeup, metabolic health, and specific medical conditions. This approach allows for more targeted fasting interventions, ensuring that patients receive the maximum therapeutic benefit while minimizing potential risks. Personalized fasting protocols are particularly useful for patients with complex medical histories or those undergoing treatment for multiple conditions. Incorporating fasting into traditional medical practice is not without challenges, however. For some patients, prolonged fasting can lead to nutrient deficiencies, electrolyte imbalances, or complications related to underlying health conditions. As a result, healthcare professionals must carefully monitor patients who engage in therapeutic fasting, especially those who are elderly, pregnant, or have pre-existing medical conditions. Despite these challenges, fasting is increasingly being recognized as a valuable tool in the therapeutic toolkit, offering a natural, non-pharmacological approach to health management. In conclusion, fasting is no longer seen solely as a religious or cultural practice, but as a legitimate therapeutic intervention with a range of applications in medicine, from treating metabolic diseases and cancer to supporting mental health and longevity. Fasting is proving to be a powerful tool for promoting health and healing. As research into the medical applications of fasting continues to grow, it is likely that we will see even more innovative uses for fasting in therapeutic settings, providing patients with new options for improving their health and well-being. Chapter 20. Fasting and Mental Clarity in Historical Figures. Throughout history, many great leaders, philosophers, and spiritual teachers have turned to fasting as a means to achieve heightened mental clarity, insight, and focus. From ancient sages to modern thinkers, fasting has often been regarded as a pathway to deeper understanding, allowing the mind to rise above the distractions of the body. This chapter explores how fasting influenced the lives and legacies of notable historical figures, examining how they used it to sharpen their intellect, achieve mental breakthroughs, and enhance their spiritual practices. One of the earliest documented figures who used fasting for mental clarity was Socrates, the classical Greek philosopher whose ideas laid the foundation for much of Western thought. Socrates frequently fasted before engaging in deep philosophical discussions, believing that abstaining from food sharpened his mind and allowed him to think more clearly. In Plato's dialogues, Socrates is portrayed as someone who could withstand long periods without food, and his fasting is seen as part of his commitment to self-discipline and the pursuit of truth. For Socrates, fasting was not just a physical act, but a mental exercise that allowed him to reach higher levels of philosophical inquiry and reasoning. Pythagoras, another influential figure in ancient Greece, also used fasting as a means of enhancing mental clarity. The mathematician and philosopher, best known for the Pythagorean theorem, was a staunch advocate of fasting and vegetarianism. Pythagoras believed that fasting purified the body and the mind, allowing him to access higher levels of intellectual and spiritual understanding. He required his students to fast before they could enter his school, emphasizing the importance of a clear mind for studying mathematics and philosophy. Fasting was seen by Pythagoras not only as a way to discipline the body, but as a tool for unlocking the mind's full potential. In the spiritual realm, Moses, a central figure in the Bible, also turned to fasting for mental clarity and divine insight. According to the biblical account, Moses fasted for 40 days and nights on Mount Sinai before receiving the 10 Commandments from God. This extended fast is significant not only because it is an act of faith and devotion, but also because it symbolizes the purification of the mind and body in preparation for receiving profound spiritual knowledge. Moses' fast is often cited as a prime example of fasting's role in attaining spiritual enlightenment and mental focus in the Abrahamic traditions. Jesus Christ, another key figure in Christianity, also engaged in fasting to prepare for his ministry. According to the New Testament, Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness, an event known as the temptation of Christ. During this time, Jesus is said to have resisted temptations and emerged with a strengthened resolve and clarity of purpose. His fast in the wilderness is often interpreted as a way of purifying his mind and body, allowing him to begin his mission with a clear vision of his spiritual role. The mental and spiritual clarity that Jesus gained through fasting is seen as a model for Christians seeking to deepen their faith and connection to God. In the Islamic world, the Prophet Muhammad emphasized the importance of fasting, not only for spiritual reasons, but also for mental clarity and self-discipline. During the month of Ramadan, Muslims around the world fast from dawn until sunset as part of their religious observance. The Prophet Muhammad himself practiced fasting regularly, believing it to be a means of controlling desires, purifying the soul, and achieving mental focus. Islamic tradition holds that fasting strengthens the believer's willpower and enhances their ability to concentrate on their spiritual and worldly duties. For Muhammad, fasting was a tool for cultivating mindfulness, reflection, and mental clarity, which in turn helped him lead with wisdom and compassion. Moving to the East, Buddha, the founder of Buddhism, also used fasting as a path to enlightenment. Before attaining nirvana, Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, experimented with extreme forms of asceticism, including long periods of fasting. He believed that by denying the body, he could free the mind from its distractions and gain deeper insight into the nature of suffering and existence. While the Buddha ultimately rejected extreme fasting in favor of a balanced approach, his early fasting experiences were pivotal in shaping his path to enlightenment. The mental clarity he sought through fasting was key to his understanding of the middle way, a balanced approach to life that avoids both indulgence and deprivation. In more recent history, Mahatma Gandhi famously used fasting as a tool for both personal, spiritual growth and political resistance. For Gandhi, fasting was not only a means of protest against British colonial rule in India, but also a way to achieve mental and moral clarity. He believed that fasting helped him purify his thoughts and align his actions with his ethical and spiritual beliefs. Throughout his life, Gandhi undertook several long fasts, some lasting for weeks, to draw attention to injustices and demonstrate his commitment to nonviolence, ahimsa. His fasts were as much about achieving personal mental clarity as they were about influencing social and political change. Gandhi's fasting practice reflected his deep conviction that self-control and mental clarity were essential for leading a life of purpose and righteousness. Leonardo da Vinci, the renowned artist and inventor, was another figure who believed in the power of fasting for enhancing mental acuity. Known for his insatiable curiosity and genius, Da Vinci often practiced periods of fasting and controlled eating, which he believed sharpened his mind and helped him focus on his work. His fasting regimen allowed him to maintain his intense concentration on projects that spanned art, science, and engineering. For Da Vinci, fasting was part of his broader philosophy of moderation and balance, which he believed was key to achieving mastery in any field. Another notable example is Nikola Tesla, the famous inventor and electrical engineer, who was a strong advocate of fasting and believed it contributed to his creativity and problem-solving abilities. Tesla frequently fasted as a way to clear his mind and focus on his work, often stating that it helped him think more clearly and concentrate on his inventions. He believed that by fasting, he could eliminate distractions and tap into deeper levels of mental energy and creativity. Tesla's commitment to fasting reflects the belief that mental clarity and innovation can be enhanced through disciplined control of the body. In conclusion, fasting has long been regarded as a practice that sharpens the mind and enhances clarity. From ancient philosophers like Socrates and Pythagoras to spiritual leaders like Moses, Jesus, and the Buddha, fasting has played a pivotal role in the lives of those seeking deeper insight and understanding. Historical figures like Gandhi, Leonardo da Vinci, and Nikola Tesla also embraced fasting as a means of achieving mental focus and creativity. Their examples illustrate the timeless belief that by quieting the needs of the body, the mind is free to ascend to greater heights of thought, wisdom, and discovery. Chapter 21. Women and Fasting, Unique Considerations. Fasting has been practiced for millennia, yet it is only in recent decades that the distinct experiences and challenges faced by women in fasting have been explored in greater depth. While fasting can offer significant health and spiritual benefits, it is important to recognize that women's bodies have unique physiological and hormonal rhythms that can influence their response to fasting. This chapter delves into the specific considerations for women when it comes to fasting, examining how biological differences, reproductive health, and social roles impact fasting practices. By exploring both the potential benefits and risks, this chapter aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of how fasting can be approached safely and effectively by women. One of the most significant factors influencing women's experience with fasting is their hormonal cycle. Women's bodies undergo cyclical changes each month, regulated by hormones like estrogen and progesterone. These fluctuations play a critical role in energy metabolism, appetite regulation, and stress response. During certain phases of the menstrual cycle, particularly in the luteal phase, the period after ovulation, women may experience increased hunger and a heightened sensitivity to blood sugar imbalances. Fasting during this time can exacerbate these symptoms, leading to feelings of fatigue, irritability, or even disrupted menstrual cycles in some cases. For this reason, it's important for women to tailor their fasting practices to the natural rhythm of their cycles, often adopting more flexible or gentler forms of fasting during hormonally sensitive periods. On the other hand, many women report that fasting during the follicular phase, the first half of the menstrual cycle, feels easier and more sustainable. During this phase, estrogen levels rise, supporting a greater sense of well-being, enhanced insulin sensitivity, and increased energy. As a result, intermittent fasting or short-term fasting regimens may be more comfortable and effective during this time. Understanding these hormonal variations can help women maximize the benefits of fasting while minimizing any potential disruptions to their reproductive health. For women of reproductive age, fasting can also affect fertility. Research suggests that prolonged or excessive fasting can potentially disrupt ovulation as the body perceives fasting as a stressor and may downregulate reproductive functions in response to perceived scarcity. This phenomenon, known as hypothalamic amenorrhea, occurs when the brain reduces the production of hormones necessary for ovulation, leading to irregular or missed periods. Women who are trying to conceive or maintain regular menstrual cycles should be cautious with extended fasting practices and consult with healthcare professionals to ensure they are not negatively impacting their reproductive health. Pregnancy and breastfeeding also represent critical life stages during which fasting may need to be modified or avoided. During pregnancy, a woman's body requires additional nutrients to support the growth and development of the fetus, and fasting during this time can lead to nutrient deficiencies or complications. Most medical professionals advise against fasting during pregnancy, especially for extended periods. Similarly, breastfeeding women need to ensure they are consuming enough calories and nutrients to support milk production. Fasting while breastfeeding can potentially reduce milk supply or lead to nutrient imbalances for both mother and child. Shorter fasting windows or intermittent fasting may be appropriate for some women during breastfeeding, but it is important to monitor milk production and overall health closely. For postmenopausal women, fasting can offer a different set of benefits and challenges. As women transition through menopause, they often experience metabolic changes, including a slower metabolism, an increased risk of weight gain, insulin resistance, and cardiovascular disease. Fasting, particularly intermittent fasting, has been shown to help improve metabolic health by enhancing insulin sensitivity, promoting fat loss, and reducing inflammation. However, postmenopausal women may also experience increased sensitivity to fasting-induced stress, and extended fasting periods can lead to muscle loss or a decrease in bone density. It is important for women in this life stage to strike a balance between the potential metabolic benefits of fasting and the need to maintain muscle mass and bone health through adequate nutrition and resistance training. Fasting is not only a physical practice, but also a social and cultural one. Historically, women's fasting practices have often been shaped by societal expectations and religious traditions. In many cultures, fasting has been a tool for women to demonstrate piety, spiritual devotion, and self-discipline. For instance, in the Christian tradition, women mystics like St. Catherine of Siena engaged in extreme fasting as part of their religious devotion, often using fasting as a means of gaining spiritual authority and autonomy in male-dominated religious hierarchies. In Hinduism and Buddhism, women have also engaged in fasting as a form of prayer, self-purification, and devotion to family welfare. These traditions highlight the spiritual significance of fasting for women, but also raise questions about the impact of these practices on women's health and well-being, particularly when fasting is undertaken for prolonged periods or under societal pressure. In the modern context, fasting has become popular among women as part of health and wellness trends, particularly for its potential to aid in weight loss, improve mental clarity, and enhance overall well-being. many women turn to intermittent fasting as a tool for managing their weight, stabilizing blood sugar levels, and reducing inflammation. However, it is important to recognize that fasting for aesthetic reasons or weight loss may not always be beneficial, especially if it is motivated by unrealistic body image standards or disordered eating patterns. Women are statistically more likely than men to experience eating disorders, and fasting can sometimes exacerbate restrictive eating behaviors. It is crucial for women to approach fasting with a mindset focused on health and balance, rather than extreme restriction or control over food intake. One of the key considerations for women when fasting is the importance of listening to their bodies. Because women's bodies are more sensitive to energy fluctuations and hormonal changes, it is essential for women to pay attention to how fasting affects their physical and mental health. Symptoms such as fatigue, mood swings, irregular periods, or difficulty concentrating may be signs that a particular fasting regimen is too intense or not well suited to a woman's needs. Adjusting fasting schedules, incorporating nourishing foods, and maintaining adequate hydration can help women sustain the benefits of fasting while minimizing negative side effects. In conclusion, while fasting can offer significant health, spiritual, and mental benefits, women must approach fasting with an understanding of their unique physiological and hormonal needs. From the menstrual cycle to pregnancy, menopause, and societal expectations, women's experiences with fasting are shaped by a range of factors that influence how they respond to different fasting protocols. By adopting a mindful and flexible approach, women can harness the benefits of fasting while maintaining their overall health and well-being. Chapter 22: Children and Adolescents: Fasting in Younger Populations. Fasting is a practice traditionally associated with adults, but in many cultures and religious contexts, children and adolescents are also introduced to fasting from an early age. Whether for religious, cultural, or health reasons, fasting in younger populations requires special attention due to the unique physiological and developmental needs of growing bodies. While children and adolescents may benefit from the spiritual, emotional, or even health-related aspects of fasting, this chapter explores the potential risks, guidelines, and considerations when fasting is applied to younger age groups. Religious and cultural fasting for children. In many religious traditions, children are often encouraged to participate in fasting rituals as part of their spiritual upbringing. In Islam, for example, fasting during Ramadan is one of the 5 pillars of faith. And while children are not required to fast before puberty, many families encourage younger children to participate in a modified or partial fast to prepare them for full fasting as they age. This often involves fasting for part of the day, allowing for food and drink outside the primary fasting hours, or gradually increasing fasting duration as the child matures. The goal is to help children understand the spiritual significance of fasting, self-discipline, and empathy for the less fortunate, while also ensuring that their nutritional needs are met. Similarly, in Christianity, fasting practices during Lent or other religious observances may be introduced to children as a form of sacrifice or devotion. In Orthodox Christian traditions, fasting from certain foods, such as meat or dairy, is encouraged, and families often involve children in these practices by modifying the restrictions to ensure proper nutrition. In Hindu and Buddhist traditions, fasting during religious festivals or observances may also involve children, though typically in a more symbolic or modified way, ensuring that their physical and developmental needs are prioritized. While the intention behind religious fasting for children is often rooted in spiritual education and discipline, parents and religious leaders must be mindful of how fasting affects young, growing bodies. Children require consistent nourishment to support brain development, physical growth, and overall health. Therefore, any fasting practice should be balanced with a focus on proper nutrition, hydration, and rest. Health and safety considerations for fasting in children. Children and adolescents have distinct nutritional needs compared to adults, and fasting can interfere with their ability to meet these requirements. Growing bodies need a steady intake of calories, vitamins, and minerals to support growth spurts, bone development, hormonal changes, and cognitive function. Fasting, especially for extended periods, can disrupt this delicate balance, leading to potential health risks such as nutrient deficiencies, dehydration, and slowed growth. The American Academy of Pediatrics and other health organizations generally advise against extended fasting for children and adolescents unless it is medically supervised for specific health conditions. Younger populations are more vulnerable to the negative effects of fasting, including low blood sugar levels, hypoglycemia, which can lead to dizziness, fatigue, headaches, and difficulty concentrating. For children and adolescents engaged in school, sports, and other activities, these side effects can significantly impact their ability to perform and thrive. Additionally, prolonged or restrictive fasting in young people can increase the risk of developing disordered eating patterns or unhealthy relationships with food. Adolescence is a critical period for establishing healthy eating habits, and fasting practices, if not properly monitored, can contribute to unhealthy behaviors like food restriction, binge eating, or body image concerns. This is particularly important as adolescents, especially girls, are more susceptible to societal pressures around weight and appearance, which can sometimes lead to eating disorders like anorexia or bulimia. Fasting for health and medical reasons in adolescence. In recent years, there has been growing interest in intermittent fasting and other fasting protocols for health reasons. While these fasting regimens have gained popularity among adults for potential benefits like weight loss, improved metabolism, and increased longevity, applying these practices to children and adolescents is more complex. Some medical conditions may warrant supervised fasting in young people, such as certain cases of epilepsy, where fasting or ketogenic diets have been used as therapeutic interventions to control seizures. However, these protocols are closely monitored by healthcare professionals to ensure that the child's nutritional needs are being met while managing the condition. Outside of specific medical conditions, the use of fasting for weight loss in children and adolescents is generally discouraged by pediatricians and nutritionists. Weight management in younger populations is best approached through balanced, nutrient-dense diets, regular physical activity, and education around healthy eating habits. Encouraging children to fast for weight loss purposes can lead to unintended consequences, including slowed metabolism, nutrient deficiencies, and an unhealthy preoccupation with food and body image. Adolescence and the developing brain. One of the most critical considerations when it comes to fasting in younger populations is the impact on cognitive development. During childhood and adolescence, the brain is still developing, with critical periods for learning, memory formation, and emotional regulation. Nutrition plays a vital role in supporting this growth, as the brain requires a steady supply of energy, particularly in the form of glucose, to function properly. Fasting can lead to low blood sugar levels, which may impair cognitive function, memory, attention, and learning. Adolescents engaged in school or extracurricular activities that require concentration and mental performance may find that fasting negatively affects their ability to focus, retain information, or participate fully in academic or social environments. For this reason, any fasting practice during these developmental years should be carefully considered, with an emphasis on maintaining cognitive, health, and mental performance. Introducing modified or partial fasting for children. If parents or guardians wish to introduce fasting to children and adolescents, whether for religious, cultural, or educational reasons, it is important to do so in a way that prioritizes their health and well-being. Modified or partial fasting, such as skipping certain meals, reducing portion sizes, or avoiding specific food groups, can provide a more balanced approach, allowing young people to experience the discipline and spiritual aspects of fasting without risking their growth and development. In addition, ensuring that fasting periods are followed by nutrient-rich meals that provide essential vitamins, minerals, and hydration is crucial. Encouraging children to listen to their bodies, eat when hungry, and stay hydrated helps foster a healthy relationship with fasting and food overall. Chapter 23: Fasting in Modern Fitness and Athletic Performance. In the modern world of fitness and athletic performance, fasting has gained significant attention as a potential tool for enhancing both physical appearance and performance. Athletes, bodybuilders, and fitness enthusiasts have increasingly incorporated various fasting methods into their training regimens, seeking to optimize fat loss, improve endurance, and enhance metabolic flexibility. However, while fasting offers potential benefits for some, it also presents challenges, particularly for individuals whose bodies are pushed to their physical limits. This chapter explores the role of fasting in modern fitness, its impact on athletic performance, and the specific considerations that athletes must take into account when integrating fasting into their routines. The rise of intermittent fasting in fitness. One of the most popular fasting strategies in modern fitness is intermittent fasting, IF, which involves alternating between periods of eating and fasting. The most common approaches to IF include the 16-8 method, where individuals fast for 16 hours and eat within an 8-hour window, or alternate day fasting, where fasting occurs on certain days of the week. Proponents of intermittent fasting argue that it helps improve fat metabolism, allowing the body to burn stored fat more efficiently while preserving muscle mass. For many people seeking to lose weight or improve body composition, intermittent fasting has become an attractive option due to its simplicity and flexibility. It allows individuals to eat within specific windows, often reducing overall caloric intake without the need for strict calorie counting. Fitness enthusiasts frequently adopt intermittent fasting to support fat loss while maintaining lean muscle, especially during cutting phases, when athletes aim to reduce body fat while preserving muscle before competitions or events. However, while intermittent fasting has shown potential for aiding in fat loss, its effects on muscle maintenance and athletic performance are more complex. For athletes whose primary goal is to build or maintain muscle mass, fasting can sometimes lead to challenges in meeting the caloric and protein intake needed to support muscle growth. Training in a fasted state, particularly in the early morning, may also limit performance due to depleted glycogen stores, the body's primary fuel for high-intensity activities, potentially leading to fatigue or reduced strength output during workouts. Fasted training. Pros and cons. Fasted training, working out in a fasted state, typically in the morning before eating, has become popular in the fitness community as a way to maximize fat burning. The theory is that by training with low glycogen stores, the body is forced to rely on stored fat for energy. Some studies have supported the idea that fasted training may enhance fat oxidation, the process by which the body breaks down fat for fuel, making it a potential strategy for those seeking to reduce body fat. Endurance athletes, in particular, may benefit from training in a fasted state. Research suggests that low glycogen training can improve the body's ability to utilize fat as a fuel source, potentially increasing endurance by sparing glycogen stores for longer. This is known as enhancing metabolic flexibility, allowing athletes to switch between burning carbohydrates and fats more efficiently during prolonged activities. However, fasted training is not without its downsides. Training without sufficient glycogen stores can lead to reduced strength and power output. making it less effective for athletes engaged in high-intensity or anaerobic activities like sprinting, weightlifting, or CrossFit. Additionally, fasted training may increase the risk of muscle breakdown, as the body may turn to muscle protein for energy when glycogen is depleted. This is particularly concerning for athletes focused on muscle hypertrophy, muscle growth, as inadequate protein intake and increased muscle breakdown can hinder progress in building and maintaining lean muscle. For many athletes, a balanced approach, combining fasted aerobic training with fed high-intensity or strength training, can provide the best of both worlds, allowing them to maximize fat loss while preserving muscle and performance. Post-workout nutrition also plays a crucial role in mitigating muscle loss, as consuming protein and carbohydrates after training helps replenish glycogen stores and repair muscle tissue. Fasting and endurance. Athletes. Endurance sports, such as long-distance running, cycling, and triathlons, present unique challenges and opportunities when it comes to fasting. For these athletes, maintaining steady energy levels during extended periods of activity is critical, and fasting can both support and hinder this goal. Fasting may improve metabolic efficiency in endurance athletes, teaching the body to rely more on fat for fuel during long events. Since the body's fat stores are much larger than its glycogen reserves, increasing fat utilization can delay the onset of fatigue, known as hitting the wall. Some athletes even use intermittent fasting or periodic fasts as part of their training to improve this fat adaptation process, making their bodies more resilient during long races or events. However, endurance athletes must be cautious with fasting, especially during intensive training periods or competitions. Prolonged fasting can lead to energy deficits where athletes fail to consume enough calories to meet their training demands. Over time, this can result in reduced recovery, compromised immune function, and an increased risk of injuries due to muscle and joint breakdown. For athletes training at high volumes, maintaining adequate energy intake, particularly through carbohydrates and healthy fats, is essential for optimal performance and recovery. During races or competitions, fueling strategies become even more important. Athletes need to ensure they are consuming enough carbohydrates during the event to maintain energy levels, as relying solely on fat for fuel can impair performance, especially at higher intensities. Fasting or low carbohydrate strategies are generally not recommended for race day, as they can lead to bonking, sudden fatigue and energy depletion, and suboptimal performance. Fasting and bodybuilders whose goals revolve around muscle mass, definition, and fat loss often turn to fasting as part of their cutting phases. By fasting, they aim to reduce body fat while maintaining muscle definition, a delicate balance that requires careful attention to macronutrient intake and timing. Intermittent fasting, in particular, has become a favored method among bodybuilders who want to optimize fat burning without compromising muscle mass. Some bodybuilders follow the 16-8 method, timing their workouts within the eating window to ensure they can refuel immediately after intense training sessions. This strategy allows them to reap the benefits of fasting for fat loss while still providing their bodies with enough protein and nutrients to support muscle recovery and growth. However, bodybuilders must be cautious of the potential downsides of fasting, particularly when it comes to protein intake. Consuming adequate protein throughout the day is critical for muscle maintenance, and fasting windows may limit the amount of time available for protein consumption. Some bodybuilders overcome this challenge by consuming large, protein-rich meals during their eating windows or incorporating protein supplements like whey shakes to ensure they are meeting their daily needs. Additionally, bodybuilders who engage in prolonged fasting may experience catabolism, the breakdown of muscle tissue, if their fasting periods are too long or if their post-workout nutrition is inadequate. To avoid this, many athletes adopt a hybrid approach, incorporating fasting during periods of light training or rest days while consuming more frequent meals on heavy training days. Chapter 24: Fasting in Detox and Cleansing Movements. In recent years, fasting has become closely associated with detoxification and cleansing movements as more people seek natural ways to rid their bodies of toxins and promote overall well-being. From juice fasts to water-only fasts, detox diets often emphasize fasting as a way to rejuvenate the body, improve digestion, and restore energy. This chapter explores the origins of fasting in detox and cleansing movements, examines the purported benefits, and investigates the scientific basis for these claims. While fasting for detox purposes has passionate advocates, it also faces skepticism from health professionals who warn of potential risks and misunderstandings about the body's natural detoxification processes. The origins of fasting as a detox tool. The idea of fasting as a method to cleanse the body is not new. Historical records show that fasting was used by ancient civilizations such as the Egyptians and Greeks to heal illness and restore balance to the body. Hippocrates, often regarded as the father of modern medicine, advocated for fasting as a way to clear the body of impurities and allow the natural healing processes to take place. In these early systems of medicine, fasting was seen as a way to allow the body to reset after being overwhelmed by disease or dietary excess. Similarly, Ayurvedic medicine and traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, have long included fasting in their approaches to health. In Ayurveda, fasting is considered a way to remove ama, toxic substances that build up in the body due to poor digestion and lifestyle choices. Fasting is seen as a tool to ignite Agni, digestive fire, improving metabolism, and allowing the body to process and eliminate toxins. In TCM, fasting has been viewed as a method to restore balance between the body's yin and yang energies and to allow the organs, particularly the liver and kidneys, to rest and cleanse themselves. These early practices laid the groundwork for modern detox and cleansing movements, which continue to draw on the belief that fasting can purify the body, eliminate toxins, and promote healing. The modern detox movement and fasting. The modern detox movement, which gained widespread popularity in the 1990s and early 2000s, often emphasizes fasting as a way to cleanse the body of environmental toxins, processed foods, and chemical additives. This movement has led to the development of various fasting protocols, including juice cleanses, water fasts, and detox diets that claim to reset the body's internal systems. Advocates argue that our modern lifestyles expose us to an overwhelming amount of toxins, from pollution to pesticides, and that fasting can help the body eliminate these harmful substances. One of the most well-known fasting protocols in the detox world is the Master Cleanse, a liquid-only fast that consists of drinking a mixture of water, lemon juice, maple syrup, and cayenne pepper. This cleanse gained fame when celebrities like Beyoncé endorsed it, claiming it helped them lose weight and feel more energized. While popular in certain circles, the Master Cleanse has been criticized for its lack of essential nutrients and the potential for side effects like fatigue, dizziness, and nutrient deficiencies. Similarly, juice fasting has become a common method of detox. Juice cleanses typically involve consuming only fresh fruit and vegetable juices for several days, with the goal of flooding the body with vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants while eliminating solid food. Proponents claim that juice fasting helps the body detoxify, reset digestion, and promote weight loss. However, critics argue that juice fasts can lead to spikes in blood sugar, and that the absence of fiber from whole fruits and vegetables may hinder digestion rather than improve it. The body's natural detoxification process. One of the key debates around fasting for detox purposes is the question of whether the body truly needs help detoxifying itself. Detox proponents argue that fasting gives the digestive system a break and allows the body to focus on eliminating stored toxins. They claim that symptoms such as headaches, fatigue, and skin breakouts during a fast are signs of the body purging harmful substances. However, many health experts point out that the body already has highly efficient detoxification systems in place. The liver, kidneys, lungs, and skin work together to filter and eliminate toxins from the body on a daily basis. The liver in particular plays a central role in metabolizing toxins and rendering them harmless before they are excreted through urine, feces, or sweat. From this perspective, fasting may not be necessary for detoxification, as the body is already equipped to handle toxin elimination through its natural processes. Some health professionals caution against detox diets or fasts that severely restrict calories or nutrients, arguing that these practices can actually impair the body's ability to detoxify by depriving it of the energy and nutrients needed to support liver and kidney function. Potential benefits of detox fasting. Despite the controversy, there are potential benefits to fasting in the context of detoxification, particularly when fasting is approached in a balanced and informed way. Short-term fasting, when done under the right conditions, may support cellular repair processes, such as autophagy, in which the body breaks down and removes damaged cells, potentially aiding in overall health and longevity. In some cases, individuals who engage in detox fasts report feeling lighter, more energized, and less bloated. Fasting may help reset poor eating habits, encourage mindfulness around food choices, and promote a period of reflection and self-care. For those who tend to overconsume processed or unhealthy foods, a brief fast may provide an opportunity to reconnect with their body's hunger signals and develop a healthier relationship with food. There is also emerging research that intermittent fasting may help reduce inflammation, improve insulin sensitivity, and promote metabolic health, all of which could be viewed as indirect forms of detoxification by helping the body eliminate metabolic waste products more efficiently. Risks and considerations of detox fasting. While detox fasting has potential benefits, there are also risks, especially when fasting protocols are extreme or prolonged. The lack of essential nutrients in many detox fasts can lead to symptoms such as weakness, dizziness, dehydration, and nutrient deficiencies. Prolonged fasting can also trigger muscle loss, as the body breaks down muscle tissue for energy when glycogen stores are depleted. Individuals with underlying health conditions such as diabetes, heart disease, or eating disorders should be particularly cautious with detox fasting, as it can disrupt blood sugar levels and exacerbate health issues. Pregnant or breastfeeding. Women are also advised to avoid fasting, as it can deprive both the mother and baby of essential nutrients needed for growth and development. Moreover, the psychological impact of detox fasting should not be overlooked. For some individuals, fasting can trigger disordered eating patterns, leading to cycles of binging and restriction. The focus on cleansing the body of toxins can also create an unhealthy preoccupation with purity, reinforcing negative attitudes toward food and the body. Balanced approaches to detox and cleansing. For those interested in detoxification through fasting, a more balanced approach may involve intermittent fasting or periodic fasting combined with a nutrient-rich whole foods diet. Instead of extreme juice fasts or water-only diets, individuals can focus on incorporating more antioxidant-rich fruits and vegetables, fiber, and hydration into their daily meals, supporting the body's natural detoxification processes without the risks associated with severe caloric restriction. Hydration, in particular, plays a key role in detoxification. Drinking plenty of water helps the kidneys filter and eliminate waste, while consuming fiber from whole grains, fruits, and vegetables supports healthy digestion and regular bowel movements, essential for toxin elimination. Chapter 25. Myths and misconceptions about fasting. Fasting has been practiced for thousands of years, spanning religious, cultural, and health-related purposes. However, along with its long history comes a range of myths and misconceptions that persist in modern society. While fasting has undeniable benefits, it is often surrounded by misinformation, which can lead to confusion and potentially harmful practices. In this chapter, we will explore some of the most common myths about fasting, examine the truths behind these beliefs, and clarify misconceptions that have gained traction in recent years. Myth 1. Fasting will cause immediate muscle loss. One of the most pervasive myths about fasting is that it leads to rapid muscle breakdown. Many people worry that when the body is deprived of food, it will turn to muscle tissue as an energy source, causing significant muscle loss in just a few hours of fasting. The truth. While it is true that the body can break down some muscle protein for energy during extended fasting, this process does not occur as quickly or dramatically as many people fear. In fact, in the initial stages of fasting, the body primarily relies on its glycogen stores, stored carbohydrates, and fat reserves for energy. Protein breakdown typically becomes more significant only after several days of fasting when glycogen stores are depleted and the body needs to use alternative energy sources. Short-term fasting, such as intermittent fasting, does not significantly affect muscle mass if proper nutrition is consumed during feeding windows. Additionally, research shows that fasting can increase growth hormone levels, which can help preserve muscle mass during fasting periods. Strength training and consuming adequate protein during eating periods also support muscle maintenance. Myth 2. Fasting slows down your metabolism. Another common misconception is that fasting causes the metabolism to slow down, leading to long-term weight gain or making it harder to lose weight in the future. Many believe that extended periods without food will put the body into starvation mode, where it holds on to fat rather than burning it. The truth? While prolonged, severe caloric restriction over extended periods can slow down the metabolism, short-term fasting does not have the same effect. In fact, studies suggest that intermittent fasting may boost metabolism in the short term. During fasting, the body releases norepinephrine and adrenaline, which help increase fat breakdown and mobilize energy stores, temporarily boosting metabolic rate. It is only when fasting becomes extreme or prolonged, for example, over multiple days or weeks without sufficient caloric intake, that the body's metabolism may begin to slow down. This is a protective mechanism to conserve energy during periods of starvation. However, intermittent fasting or alternate day fasting, when practiced correctly, does not typically lead to metabolic slowdown. Myth 3. Fasting equals starvation. Some people equate fasting with starvation, believing that going without food for extended periods will harm the body, damage organs, or trigger a state of starvation that can have long-lasting effects. The truth? Fasting and starvation are two very different states. Fasting is a voluntary, controlled process where an individual chooses not to eat for a specific period of time, often while still consuming water or other non-caloric beverages. Starvation, on the other hand, occurs when the body is deprived of essential nutrients over an extended period, leading to malnutrition and health complications. In a healthy individual, fasting for short durations, such as 12 to 24 hours, or even longer, up to several days in certain cases, is unlikely to lead to harmful effects. The body is well equipped to handle temporary periods of food deprivation by relying on its energy stores. While starvation can cause serious damage to the body over time, fasting is typically safe when done properly and with adequate hydration. Myth 4. Fasting causes blood sugar to crash. A frequent concern, especially among individuals with blood sugar regulation issues, is that fasting will cause dangerously low blood sugar levels, hypoglycemia, leading to fainting, dizziness, or even serious medical emergencies. The truth. For most healthy individuals, fasting does not lead to hypoglycemia. During fasting, the body naturally regulates blood sugar levels by breaking down glycogen stored in the liver and muscles and producing glucose through gluconeogenesis. When glycogen stores run low, the body shifts to burning fat for energy through a process called ketosis, allowing blood sugar levels to remain stable. However, individuals with diabetes or those taking medication that affects blood sugar regulation should approach fasting with caution, as they may be more susceptible to hypoglycemia. It's always advisable for individuals with pre-existing conditions to consult with a healthcare professional before engaging in any form of fasting. Myth 5. Fasting is only for weight loss. Fasting is often associated with weight loss, leading to the belief that it is primarily or exclusively a tool for shedding pounds. Many people view fasting as a diet, similar to other restrictive eating plans, with the sole goal of reducing calorie intake and losing weight. The truth: while fasting can lead to weight loss, it is not its only purpose, nor should it be approached solely as a weight loss method. Historically, fasting has been used for a wide range of purposes, including religious, spiritual, and cultural practices. In addition, modern science has shown that fasting can offer a variety of health benefits beyond weight management. Fasting has been studied for its effects on metabolic health, insulin sensitivity, autophagy, the body's natural process of cleaning out damaged cells, and longevity. It has also been explored as a therapeutic intervention for certain diseases, such as cancer and neurodegenerative conditions. The potential health benefits of fasting extend far beyond weight loss and include improvements in overall well-being, mental clarity, and cellular repair. Myth 6. You should never exercise. While fasting. Many people believe that exercising during a fasted state is harmful, assuming that without fuel from food, the body won't have enough energy to perform well, and that working out while fasting can lead to muscle breakdown or exhaustion. The truth: while exercising during a fasted state may feel challenging at first, it can be safe and even beneficial for certain types of exercise. Fasted cardio, for example, has been popularized as a way to enhance fat burning. During low-intensity exercise, the body is more likely to tap into fat stores for energy when glycogen levels are low. However, for high-intensity or strength-based exercises, fasted training can sometimes reduce performance, as the body relies more heavily on glycogen for these activities. The key is to listen to your body and tailor your workouts to your energy levels and fasting protocol. Some individuals find fasted exercise beneficial for fat loss and metabolic health, while others may prefer to fuel up before intense workouts to maximize performance. Myth 7. Fasting is dangerous for everyone. There is a widespread perception that fasting is inherently risky, particularly for certain populations such as women, older adults, or individuals with chronic conditions. Some believe that fasting can cause hormonal imbalances, disrupt menstrual cycles, or lead to nutrient deficiencies. The truth: while fasting may not be appropriate for everyone, it is generally safe for most healthy adults when practiced mindfully and in moderation. Specific populations, such as pregnant or breastfeeding women, children, or individuals with certain medical conditions, should avoid fasting without medical supervision. However, for the general population, fasting can be a safe and beneficial practice. As with any health intervention, it's essential to listen to your body and seek professional guidance if you have underlying health concerns. Fasting may affect individuals differently based on their age, gender, and health status, so personalized approaches are critical. Chapter 26: The Role of Fasting in Gut Health. In recent years, fasting has gained recognition not only for its benefits related to metabolism and weight loss, but also for its profound impact on gut health. The relationship between fasting and the gut is complex, involving changes in the gut microbiome, digestive efficiency, and the overall health of the gastrointestinal system. As the gut plays a central role in digestion, immunity, and even mental health, understanding how fasting influences these systems is key to unlocking new approaches to digestive well-being. In this chapter, we'll explore how different types of fasting affect the gut microbiome, digestive function, and the health of the gastrointestinal tract. Fasting and the gut microbiome. The gut microbiome, the community of trillions of bacteria, fungi, and other microorganisms that live in the digestive tract, has a significant influence on overall health. This microbiome helps digest food, regulates the immune system, and produces vitamins such as vitamin K and B vitamins that are essential to health. It also plays a role in mental health, as the gut and brain are connected through the gut-brain axis. Recent research suggests that fasting can positively influence the composition and diversity of the gut microbiome. During fasting, the gut experiences a period of rest, which allows the body to reset its microbial balance. Studies have shown that fasting can increase the presence of beneficial bacteria, such as Akkermansia mucinifila, a bacterium associated with reduced inflammation and improved metabolic health. These bacteria thrive in low-calorie environments and may help protect the gut lining, improving intestinal barrier function, and reducing the risk of conditions like leaky gut syndrome. Additionally, intermittent fasting has been shown to increase microbial diversity, which is a key marker of gut health. A diverse microbiome is more resilient to pathogens and imbalances that can lead to digestive disorders such as inflammatory bowel disease, IBD, and irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. Fasting may also promote a more favorable ratio of firmicutes to bacteroidetes, two dominant bacterial phyla in the gut that are linked to weight management and metabolism. Fasting and digestive efficiency. Fasting allows the digestive system to take a break from the constant work of processing food, which can improve digestive efficiency over time. When we eat frequently, the gut is in a continuous state of digesting and absorbing nutrients, which can cause digestive overload, especially in individuals with gut disorders or sensitivities. Fasting offers the gut a period of rest during which motility, the movement of food through the digestive tract, slows down. This break can help improve the function of the migrating motor complex, MMC, a system responsible for sweeping undigested food and bacteria out of the small intestine during fasting periods. A well-functioning MMC is essential for preventing the buildup of harmful bacteria and maintaining gut health. Impaired MMC function can lead to conditions such as small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, SIBO, which is linked to bloating, malabsorption, and gastrointestinal discomfort. By allowing time for the gut to rest and reset, fasting may help alleviate symptoms of indigestion, bloating, and constipation, particularly in individuals with digestive sensitivities. It can also help promote more regular bowel movements as the gut has time to process and eliminate waste more effectively. Autophagy and gut health. One of the most significant benefits of fasting for gut health is its role in promoting autophagy, the body's process of cleaning out damaged cells and regenerating new ones. During periods of fasting, the body prioritizes cellular repair, including in the cells that line the gastrointestinal tract. The gut lining, or intestinal epithelium, is a vital barrier that prevents harmful substances from entering the bloodstream. When this lining is compromised, it can lead to conditions such as leaky gut, which has been linked to autoimmune diseases, allergies, and chronic inflammation. Fasting-induced autophagy helps repair the gut lining by eliminating damaged cells and replacing them with new, healthier cells. This regeneration process supports the integrity of the intestinal barrier, reducing the likelihood of inflammation and gut permeability. In this way, fasting may help prevent or improve conditions such as Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and celiac disease, all of which involve inflammation of the gut lining. Fasting and gut inflammation. Chronic inflammation in the gut is a hallmark of many gastrointestinal disorders, including IBD, IBS, and food sensitivities. Fasting has been shown to reduce systemic inflammation by lowering the production of inflammatory cytokines, which are molecules involved in the body's immune response. When the gut is inflamed, the immune system is constantly activated, which can lead to a vicious cycle of immune reactions and tissue damage. Fasting, especially intermittent fasting, has been found to lower levels of pro-inflammatory markers such as C-reactive protein, CRP, and interleukin-6, IL-6, both of which are associated with gut and systemic inflammation. By reducing these markers, fasting may help alleviate inflammation-related gut disorders and improve the overall health of the gastrointestinal system. Water fasting in particular has been studied for its anti-inflammatory effects on the gut. One study found that a 24-hour water fast significantly reduced gut inflammation in individuals with colitis, a form of IBD. The reduction in inflammation was attributed to the fasting-induced promotion of gut healing and autophagy, as well as the temporary cessation of food intake, which can trigger inflammatory responses in sensitive individuals. Fasting and gut-related conditions. While fasting has general benefits for gut health, it may also be beneficial for managing specific gastrointestinal conditions. Irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. Intermittent fasting has been reported to help alleviate IBS symptoms such as bloating, abdominal pain, and diarrhea. By giving the gut time to rest and reset, fasting may reduce the frequency and severity of flare-ups in individuals with IBS. Small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, SIBO. Fasting allows the migrating motor complex to function more effectively, reducing the risk of bacterial overgrowth in the small intestine. Regular fasting periods can help prevent the recurrence of SIBO by promoting gut motility and clearing out excess bacteria. Leaky gut syndrome. Fasting promotes autophagy, which supports the regeneration of the gut lining. This may help reduce gut permeability and prevent the translocation of harmful substances from the intestines into the bloodstream, a key feature of leaky gut syndrome. Risks of fasting for gut health. While fasting can have significant benefits for gut health, it is important to approach it mindfully, as fasting may not be suitable for everyone. Individuals with severe digestive disorders such as active ulcers, GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease, or gastroparesis should consult with a healthcare provider before attempting fasting, as prolonged periods without food can exacerbate symptoms. Additionally, people with a history of disordered eating may be at risk of triggering unhealthy behaviors through restrictive fasting practices. It's important to ensure that fasting is approached in a balanced way that includes proper nutrition and does not lead to nutrient deficiencies or over-restriction. Chapter 27. Seasonal and Cyclical Fasting Traditions. Fasting traditions that follow seasonal or cyclical patterns are deeply embedded in many cultures and religions around the world. These traditions, practiced during specific times of the year or in alignment with natural cycles, often serve spiritual, health-related, and even communal purposes. While the motivations and methods may vary, cyclical fasting traditions share a common theme. They are shaped by the rhythms of the earth, seasons, and the cycles of life. In this chapter, we will explore various seasonal and cyclical fasting traditions from around the world, delving into their historical roots, cultural significance, and potential health benefits. We'll also examine how modern interpretations of these practices are evolving in today's wellness landscape, the role of nature and the seasons. Throughout history, many fasting traditions have been tied to the changing seasons, reflecting humanity's deep connection to nature. In ancient agrarian societies, Fasting was often linked to periods of scarcity, harvest cycles, or religious observances connected to the Earth's natural rhythms. Fasting during winter or spring, for instance, was a way to reset the body and mind, while also symbolizing renewal and spiritual rebirth. Today, these seasonal fasts continue to play a significant role in cultural and religious practices. In some cases, the seasonal fast is a time to purify the body, rid oneself of toxins accumulated over the past year, and prepare for a new beginning. Fasting in spring, a time for renewal. One of the most well-known seasonal fasting periods takes place in the spring, when many cultures and religions observe rituals of cleansing and renewal. Spring, symbolizing new life and growth, is a common time for fasting as it coincides with the awakening of the earth after winter. In Christianity, the tradition of Lent involves a period of fasting, abstinence, and reflection that lasts for 40 days, beginning on Ash Wednesday and ending on Easter Sunday. While the practice of fasting during Lent varies among different denominations, many Christians give up certain foods, such as meat, dairy, or sweets, as a way to purify the soul and prepare for the resurrection of Christ. Historically, this fasting practice was more rigorous, with many people abstaining from all animal products throughout Lent. Similarly, Judaism observes the practice of Passover, a time when leavened bread and certain grains are avoided in commemoration of the Hebrews' exodus from Egypt. While not a fasting period in the strictest sense, Passover involves dietary restrictions that encourage spiritual reflection and connection to the past. In Ayurveda, a holistic healing system from India, fasting is often recommended during the spring season as a way to cleanse the body of ama, or toxins, accumulated during the winter months. This aligns with the principles of Panchakarma, a detoxifying practice that is believed to restore balance to the body and mind. Fasting during this time helps to shed excess kapha energy, which is said to build up during the cold, damp winter. Fasting in winter, a time of reflection and preservation. In contrast to spring's focus on renewal, winter fasting traditions often emphasize preservation and introspection. In many cultures, fasting during the cold months is seen as a time to conserve energy and resources, both physically and spiritually. Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, is a day of complete fasting and atonement that falls in the autumn, usually in September or October. This 25-hour fast involves abstaining from all food and drink with the purpose of seeking forgiveness for one's sins and cleansing the soul. Yom Kippur marks the culmination of the 10 days of repentance, a period of intense spiritual reflection and renewal that begins with Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. In Eastern Orthodox Christianity, the Nativity fast takes place in the lead up to Christmas, spanning 40 days from November 15th to December 25th. During this time, adherents refrain from eating animal products, oil, and alcohol on most days, focusing instead on prayer, almsgiving, and spiritual preparation for the birth of Christ. Like other cyclical fasts, the Nativity fast is seen as a way to purify both body and soul, preparing the faithful for a holy feast at the end of the fast. In some Native American cultures, winter fasts are part of spiritual vision quests, where individuals go into isolation, fasting from food and water for several days to seek clarity, guidance, and deeper connection to the spiritual realm. These fasts are often tied to rites of passage or important life transitions, reflecting the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. Autumn fasting traditions. A time of harvest and gratitude. Autumn, often associated with the harvest, is another time when fasting traditions are observed, often to give thanks for the bounty of the earth or to prepare for the cold months ahead. In many agrarian societies, fasting during this time represents a shift from abundance to austerity, reflecting the changing needs of the body and the land. In Islam, the tradition of fasting during Muharram, particularly on the 10th day known as Ashura, commemorates important historical events such as the salvation of the Israelites from Pharaoh, as well as the martyrdom of Hussein ibn Ali. While the fast is not obligatory like Ramadan, many Muslims choose to fast during this time as a way to reflect on their faith and express gratitude. Similarly, Navaratri, a 9-night festival observed in Hinduism, usually falls in the autumn and involves fasting as part of the spiritual practices. Navaratri is a time to honor the divine feminine, particularly the goddess Durga, and fasting is viewed as a way to purify the body and mind, allowing worshippers to focus on prayer and devotion. In many indigenous cultures, fasting during autumn is connected to the harvest season and the need to express gratitude for the food that has been provided by the earth. These fasts are often tied to communal celebrations or rituals where entire villages or tribes come together to give thanks for the year's bounty before entering the winter months. Cyclical fasting in modern times. As interest in fasting has grown in the modern wellness landscape, many individuals have adopted cyclical or seasonal fasting practices for health and longevity. Intermittent fasting, for example, follows a cyclical pattern in which individuals fast for specific periods each day or week. This modern interpretation of fasting echoes the rhythms of earlier practices, which aligned with the cycles of nature and human life. Fasting during equinoxes and solstices has also gained popularity in some wellness circles, with practitioners choosing to fast during these key moments of seasonal transition. These fasts are often viewed as a way to cleanse the body and mind in preparation for the new season, allowing for a reset of both physical and spiritual energy. Moreover, cyclical fasting traditions continue to inspire new forms of fasting, such as fasting mimicking diets and detox protocols, which aim to replicate the benefits of ancient fasting practices while adapting them to modern lifestyles. Health benefits of seasonal and cyclical fasting. While the spiritual and cultural significance of fasting is paramount in many traditions, seasonal and cyclical fasting also offers notable health benefits. These practices often allow the body time to rest from constant digestion, leading to improvements in gut health, metabolic function, and immune system resilience. Seasonal fasting may also help individuals align with the natural rhythms of the earth, promoting a sense of balance and well-being. By fasting in sync with the changing seasons, individuals can potentially reset their circadian rhythms, enhance mental clarity, and improve overall health. Chapter 28: The Role of Water and Dry Fasting. Fasting practices can vary greatly in their approach, but one of the most significant distinctions is whether water is consumed during the fasting period. Water fasting, where only water is allowed, contrasts with dry fasting, in which both food and water are completely abstained from. Both types of fasting have a long history in spiritual, cultural, and health traditions, but they each carry unique implications for the body, mind, and overall wellness. In this chapter, we will explore the differences between water fasting and dry fasting, their historical roots, potential health benefits, and associated risks. Water fasting, hydration and cellular cleansing. Water fasting involves abstaining from all forms of food while allowing unlimited consumption of water. This practice is one of the oldest and simplest forms of fasting, often utilized for both spiritual purification and health reasons. Water fasting can last anywhere from 24 hours to several days, depending on the goal and individual capacity. One of the key benefits of water fasting is that it promotes detoxification and cellular repair without the stress of dehydration. Water helps flush out toxins from the body by supporting kidney function, and it plays a crucial role in maintaining the body's metabolic processes during a fast. Hydration is essential for the body to effectively rid itself of waste through urine, sweat, and respiration. During water fasting, the body enters a state of autophagy, a process in which cells break down damaged components and recycle them to produce new healthy cells. This mechanism is believed to enhance longevity and reduce the risk of diseases such as cancer, Alzheimer's, and cardiovascular disorders. The absence of food allows the body to shift its energy from digestion to this process of internal repair and renewal. Historically, water fasting has been a part of many religious and spiritual traditions, with the understanding that physical purification enhances spiritual clarity. In Buddhism, for example, water-only fasting is sometimes practiced as a way to purify the body and mind before intense meditation or during important holy days. From a health perspective, water fasting is often used to reset the digestive system and give the organs a rest. It can also have significant anti-inflammatory effects, potentially aiding in the treatment of chronic conditions such as arthritis or autoimmune disorders. The mechanisms of water fasting. Physiologically, water fasting initiates several key changes in the body. Ketosis. After around 24 to 48 hours of fasting, the body depletes its glucose stores and begins burning fat for energy. This state is known as ketosis, in which the liver produces ketones that fuel the brain and other organs. Insulin sensitivity. Prolonged fasting improves insulin sensitivity, which can be beneficial for individuals with type 2 diabetes or metabolic syndrome. By reducing insulin resistance, water fasting may help regulate blood sugar levels and prevent long-term complications. Weight loss. While weight loss is a common result of water fasting, it is primarily due to loss of water weight and glycogen stores in the liver. Prolonged fasting may lead to fat loss, but it must be done under supervision to avoid nutrient deficiencies. While water fasting offers numerous health benefits, it can also pose risks if not done properly. Extended water fasting beyond 3 to 5 days without medical supervision may lead to electrolyte imbalances, muscle loss, and dizziness due to the depletion of essential minerals like sodium, potassium, and magnesium. For this reason, it is important for those attempting long-term water fasts to monitor their hydration and mineral levels. Dry fasting. The complete absence of food and water. Dry fasting is a more extreme form of fasting that involves abstaining from both food and water. This practice is considered by some to be the ultimate form of detoxification and is often associated with religious or spiritual purification. Dry fasting periods can range from 12 hours, as seen in religious fasting rituals, to several days in more intense therapeutic settings. Dry fasting is practiced in various cultures, but one of the most well-known examples is Ramadan in Islam, during which Muslims abstain from food and water from dawn to sunset for 1 month. This type of fasting, also known as intermittent dry fasting, is seen as a spiritual discipline and a way to practice self-control and compassion for those who are less fortunate. In some indigenous traditions, vision quests involve dry fasting, where participants go without food and water in isolation for several days as a way to seek spiritual guidance and clarity. From a physiological perspective, dry fasting forces the body to rely on its internal water reserves, which are obtained from the breakdown of fats and other tissues. This process, known as metabolic water production, provides the body with small amounts of water, allowing it to survive for short periods without external hydration. Potential benefits of dry fasting. Proponents of dry fasting believe that this practice forces the body into a deeper state of cleansing than water fasting alone. Without water, the body is thought to enter a more intense state of autophagy as it is forced to metabolize its own tissues to survive. This extreme form of cellular recycling may help clear out damaged cells and promote tissue regeneration at an accelerated rate. Some of the claimed benefits of dry fasting include immune system boost. Dry fasting is thought to enhance immune function by reducing inflammation and stimulating the production of new immune cells. Some studies on animals have suggested that periods of fasting without water may help regenerate the immune system by clearing out old, damaged cells. Reduced inflammation. Inflammation is at the root of many chronic diseases, and dry fasting may offer a potent way to reduce inflammatory markers in the body. Without food or water to process, the body can focus on healing damaged tissues and reducing oxidative stress. Weight loss. Like water fasting, dry fasting can lead to weight loss, although much of the initial weight loss comes from water. However, it is important to note that extended dry fasting can quickly lead to dehydration, which can be dangerous if not properly managed. Risks and dangers of dry fasting. While dry fasting can offer a unique experience of physical and spiritual purification, it carries significant risks that must be carefully considered. The lack of water can lead to dehydration, which can cause symptoms such as dizziness, fatigue, confusion, and electrolyte imbalances. Severe dehydration can be life-threatening, leading to kidney failure, heat stroke, or cardiac arrhythmias if not properly managed. For this reason, dry fasting is typically limited to short periods, for example, 12 to 24 hours, and prolonged dry fasting should only be attempted under medical supervision. Certain populations, such as individuals with kidney disease, heart conditions, or those who are pregnant, should avoid dry fasting altogether. Comparisons between water and dry fasting. Water and dry fasting offer different pathways to health, purification, and spiritual growth. Water fasting is generally considered safer and more sustainable, as it allows the body to maintain hydration while still promoting detoxification and cellular repair. Dry fasting, on the other hand, is a more extreme practice that may offer deeper autophagy, but comes with a greater risk of dehydration and other complications. In terms of spiritual and cultural practices, both types of fasting have their place. Water fasting is often seen as a more accessible option for those seeking physical and mental renewal, while dry fasting is typically reserved for more intense periods of spiritual discipline, such as during religious festivals or vision quests. From a health perspective, water fasting is more thoroughly studied and has been shown to have various benefits, including improved metabolism, immune function, and reduced inflammation. Dry fasting, while less studied, may offer similar benefits but requires a higher level of caution and awareness of the body's limits. Chapter 29. Fasting and Altered States of Consciousness. Fasting has long been associated with altered states of consciousness, not only in spiritual and religious contexts, but also in psychological and physiological ones. Across various cultures and traditions, fasting has been used as a tool to transcend ordinary mental states, allowing individuals to experience heightened awareness, deep introspection, and even mystical or visionary experiences. In this chapter, we will explore the connection between fasting and altered consciousness, drawing from historical, cultural, and scientific perspectives. Fasting as a spiritual gateway. Many of the world's major religions and spiritual traditions view fasting as a way to access higher states of consciousness. In Christianity, for example, fasting is seen as a method of purification, enabling believers to empty themselves of worldly concerns and become more attuned to divine presence. The practice of fasting is mentioned throughout the Bible as a way to seek spiritual guidance, humility, and closeness to God. In Islam, during the holy month of Ramadan, fasting from dawn to sunset is intended to sharpen spiritual focus, enhancing clarity of thought and devotion. By abstaining from food and water, Muslims believe they can detach from the physical needs of the body and better connect with their spiritual selves. Many report experiencing a sense of inner peace and heightened awareness during fasting, especially in the final days of Ramadan, when the fast is most intense. In Buddhist and Hindu traditions, fasting is often seen as a means of cleansing both the body and mind, preparing individuals for deeper meditation. Buddhist monks may fast as part of their ascetic practice, believing that the absence of food quiets the mind and helps transcend attachment to material desires. Hindu yogis and sages have fasted for thousands of years to achieve mental clarity and cultivate the discipline necessary to reach samadhi, a state of enlightenment or union with the divine. Shamanic cultures and indigenous peoples have also used fasting as a precursor to spiritual journeys, vision quests, and rituals meant to evoke altered states of consciousness. In these traditions, fasting is often accompanied by isolation in nature, where the lack of food and water pushes the body to its limits, creating an environment conducive to mystical experiences such as visions or encounters with spiritual guides. Physiological effects of fasting on consciousness. From a physiological perspective, fasting induces several changes in the brain that can influence cognitive function and consciousness. Prolonged fasting, especially beyond the 24-hour mark, leads to a shift in the body's energy sources from glucose to ketones, which are produced by the liver from stored fat. This metabolic shift, known as ketosis, is believed to affect the brain's function, potentially enhancing focus and mental clarity. When glucose stores are depleted and the body relies on ketones, individuals may experience a sense of heightened awareness, sometimes described as fasting-induced euphoria. This feeling is thought to be related to the brain's adaptation to using ketones for fuel, as well as the release of endogenous cannabinoids and other chemicals that affect mood and perception. Autophagy, the process by which cells recycle damaged components, is also triggered during extended fasting. This cellular cleansing is believed to contribute to improved brain function, which may explain why some individuals report feeling mentally sharper and more creative after fasting. The absence of food-related distractions may further enhance cognitive function, allowing the mind to focus more deeply on internal processes. In addition to ketosis, fasting can increase the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports the growth and maintenance of neurons. Higher levels of BDNF are associated with improved cognitive function, learning, and memory, potentially explaining why fasting can lead to enhanced mental clarity and introspection. Fasting and mystical experiences. The connection between fasting and mystical experiences is well documented throughout history. Prophets, sages, and mystics from various cultures have often fasted before receiving visions or undergoing profound spiritual transformations. For example, Moses is said to have fasted for 40 days and 40 nights on Mount Sinai before receiving the Ten Commandments. Similarly, Jesus fasted in the wilderness for 40 days before embarking on his public ministry, and during this time, he is believed to have encountered both divine inspiration and temptation. In Native American and other indigenous traditions, fasting is a key component of vision quests in which individuals seek guidance from the spiritual realm. By abstaining from food and water for several days in isolation, participants aim to transcend their physical limitations and access higher states of consciousness. These altered states are often accompanied by vivid dreams or visions, which are interpreted as messages from the spirit world. From a scientific perspective, the combination of physical deprivation and mental focus during fasting can lead to hypnagogic or hypnopompic experiences, which occur at the boundaries of sleep and wakefulness. These states of consciousness are characterized by vivid imagery, auditory hallucinations, and a sense of detachment from physical reality, and they are often associated with mystical experiences. Fasting and meditation, a synergistic practice. Fasting and meditation are often practiced together to amplify their effects on consciousness. In many Eastern spiritual traditions, fasting is seen as a way to prepare the body and mind for deep meditation. By removing the distraction of hunger and the physical processes of digestion, fasting allows individuals to focus more fully on their inner experience. In some cases, fasting can induce an alpha brainwave state, which is associated with relaxation, creativity, and heightened awareness. This state is often achieved during meditation, and fasting may help facilitate its onset by quieting the mind and reducing external stimuli. The combination of fasting and meditation can also lead to transcendental experiences in which individuals feel a sense of unity with the universe or encounter a profound sense of peace and insight. Many practitioners report that extended fasting combined with deep meditation leads to a feeling of being outside of ordinary time and space, allowing them to access deeper layers of consciousness. The role of fasting in modern psychedelic practices. In recent years, fasting has been explored as a tool to enhance the effects of psychedelic experiences. Some individuals who participate in ayahuasca ceremonies or other plant medicine rituals use fasting as a way to prepare the body and mind for the journey. By abstaining from food, they believe they can reduce the risk of nausea and other side effects, while also creating a more receptive mental state for the psychedelic experience. Similarly, in the context of biohacking, some people use fasting to enter altered states of consciousness without the use of external substances. By pushing the body into a state of ketosis and prolonging the fasting period, they aim to experience the heightened awareness, focus, and clarity that fasting can induce. These modern fasting practices, while often framed in scientific or health-related terms, echo the ancient spiritual traditions that have used fasting as a gateway to altered consciousness. Conclusion: the timeless power of fasting. Fasting, in all its diverse forms, has endured throughout human history as a practice of immense significance. From ancient civilizations to modern times, it has served as a bridge between the physical, mental, and spiritual realms. Across cultures, religions, and scientific disciplines, fasting has been revered as a tool for self-discipline, healing, and transformation. What began as a necessity for survival has evolved into a purposeful and deliberate act that holds unique benefits for both body and mind. As we explored in this book, fasting is much more than the simple abstention from food. It is a practice that can lead to heightened mental clarity, improved physical health, and profound spiritual awakening. Whether used to seek divine guidance as a method of political protest or as part of cutting-edge health regimens, fasting remains a powerful means of reconnecting with our deepest selves. As modern science continues to uncover the therapeutic benefits of fasting, it is clear that this ancient tradition still holds great relevance in our fast-paced world, offering a pathway toward renewal and balance in an increasingly complex environment. Ultimately, fasting invites us to pause, reflect, and reset. It teaches us the value of restraint and reminds us of our connection to something greater, whether that is our own inner strength, our health, or a higher spiritual calling. While the reasons for fasting may vary, its power to transform and transcend remains timeless. Thank you for reading. If Empty to Elevate helped you see fasting in a new light, physically, mentally, or spiritually, I'd be deeply grateful if you shared your thoughts with others. Leaving a short review on Amazon helps more people discover this book and begin their own journey toward renewal, stillness, and clarity. Your words, no matter how brief, truly make a difference. Thank you for being part of this growing movement toward a higher way of living.